everyone, and welcome to the Imported Water Committee meeting for February 27th, 2025. I understand that Director Flessy is remote today, and so we need a general counsel announcement on that.
Right, so Director Flessy will be appearing under the Just Cause exception in Government Code Section 54953.
As we discuss the items on the agenda today, I will be calling on directors who raise hands to speak. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state all of your points when you have a chance to speak so we can move on to our agenda. Marisol, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Chair Myers.
Present.
Vice Chair Madaffer.
Here.
Vice Chair Steiner. Directors Boyd Hodgson. Here. Casadena. Croucher. Flessy.
Here.
Thank you. Fong Sakai.
Good morning, I'm present.
Heidemann. Katz.
Here.
Miller. Paul.
Yes, present.
Scalzetti. Serrano. Chair Myers, you have a quorum of the committee.
Okay. I do not have any additions to the agenda. Any questions or comments regarding the agenda? All right. Public comment. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public wishing to comment on any items listed on the Imported Water Committee agenda.
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if you are listening by phone. Chair Myers, there's no speakers.
All right. Seeing none, I'll move to the chair's report. In terms of general announcements, I'll begin by reporting that there remains uncertainty about the status of funding under the Federal Inflation Reduction Act for our Colorado River conservation projects, and that's following President Trump's executive order freezing IRA spending. There is concern as the lower basin states have relied on that funding to implement conservation projects since 2023 with support for the river through 2026. So we've already been implementing these projects in reliance upon that funding. The IRA funding has made the conservation possible. Staff is continuing to monitor this situation and will report back as more information becomes available. On related federal activity, former North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum was sworn in as the 55th Secretary of the Interior, and last week General Manager Denham opened a dialogue with the Secretary's administration through a letter where Dan expressed our continuing support for working with the Department of the Interior and the Basin States toward collaborative long-term solutions for the Colorado River. Dan also shared about the Water Authority's efforts to locally build resiliency and encouraged the Secretary to consider interstate transfers as a way to build flexibility into the Basin States agreements presently being negotiated. Regarding more California items and our imported water sources, there have been some recent developments regarding the Bay Delta Tunnel project earlier this month. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife issued their incidental take permit for the project. That's one more step of the environmental permits that are required for the tunnel's planning and implementation. However, that's not the end of the permit process. The tunnel needs additional permits, such as its water rights permit, and to show consistency with the state's Delta plan before it can be implemented. These permits are not expected to be all finished or run through the process until 2027. And so assuming those permits are issued, Metropolitan will then be considering whether it should participate in the project. I expect this to be a major topic of discussion over the next 2 years of this committee. On January 25th, President Trump signed an executive order directing federal agencies to maximize water deliveries to Southern California and to, quote, override existing activities that burden efforts to maximize water deliveries. I'm sure all of you noted some of the activity after that, including the release of some water from some reservoirs in Northern California. Staff will be monitoring this closely to see if this translates into fewer restrictions for the state water project into the spring and summer, and how this may otherwise influence state water project or Colorado River issues.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Thank you, Director Myers. Just one point of clarity on the new federal administration's recent actions on IRA funding. That is something that will impact Metropolitan, and like Director Myers said, we're monitoring that closely. The two recent transfers that we had with MET and IID over the past 2 calendar years, the Water Authority has been reimbursed in full. So we are not in jeopardy of losing any funding per se, but this is something that's very important to Metropolitan as it relates to their budget and rates. And that was a little bit more color as to the comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments of Vice Chair Medaffer?
No, sir.
All right. So we're moving now. I actually get to make a little presentation here. So we have, all of the committees have a draft work plan that you're all going to be seeing. And we have our work plan that you'll see starting at page 6 of this month's board packet. The draft work plan covers calendar years 2025 and 2026. So if you haven't had a chance to take a close look at that work plan, please be sure to do so. I'd first like to thank Imported Water Department Director Westford and Program Manager Schnell and Mendelson Husens for their input and assistance in putting together the work plan. We spent some back and forth on it over the last couple of weeks. I really appreciate all their assistance and help on that. The work plan covers, 3 major subject matter areas of our committee, which are Colorado River supplies, MWD water supplies, as well as MWD costs and relations, and then state water supplies, including the Bay Delta Tunnel proposal, Sice Reservoir, and that type of infrastructure. The work plan reflects our developing emphasis on encouraging inter- and intrastate transfer capabilities and emphasizing the need that water infrastructure projects should be right-sized and based on actual water supply needs, and that costs are equitably borne among the project stakeholders. And I think is the PowerPoint coming up? So on Colorado River supplies, the work plan provides guidance on implementing near-term actions to support the Colorado River and the development of the post-2026 guidelines, which are currently in negotiations. To advocate system flexibility, including interstate transfers, and those be built into the new river operating guidelines and hopefully be built into the agreements that are in process. Support implementation of the ongoing agreements for the region's QSA supplies, and to support the Water Authority's perspective that federal actions to deal with the impacts of a changing climate adequately address the environment. Next slide. With respect to MWD water supplies, cost, and relations, the work plan includes ensuring MWD remains a sustainable supplemental water supplier at an affordable and equitable cost to our region, to safeguard that MWD rates follow cost of service principles and are the lowest possible based upon need, support the board officers and our MWD delegates who work so hard every month in preparing and advocating our positions up at MWD board, continue advancing transparency, collaboration, and the use of the best available data and analysis in our decision-making and MWD's decision-making, and explore opportunities to optimize existing resources, including via exchanges and transfers of member agencies' supplies. Please review the draft work plan in your package and provide any comments or suggestions by Monday, March 10th. It'll be coming up at the next board meeting and for approval. And I really invite any comments, suggestions, comments. Please provide any questions either to me or to Mina Westford, the Director of Imported Water. Appreciate any input from you. And then, as I mentioned, the work plan will be presented next month as an action item for adoption. Before we move on, any questions at this point about the work plan or the process of its review? Okay, I look forward to hearing any thoughts you might have on it. There are no items on the consent. Oh, I am sorry. Director Medaffer.
Yeah, sorry, I just pushed my speaker button instead of yelling. I just wanted to say also that on the 13th of February, the Water Authority sent this letter that you referred to in your report. And some of the issues that we're talking about is really to make sure that the lower basin's commitment to working toward a 7-state proposal, as part of the post-26 operating guidelines. Right now there are some very serious concerns that the lower basin has on the alternatives report that Reclamation released in January. It didn't consider our proposed lower basin alternative, which is very serious because we thought it was very good, nor did it talk about the 22 Colorado River Compact, which is really the basis for the law of the river. And I think everybody realizes that. And there's certain states right now in the upper basin, namely Colorado, that basically think this will just be much better handled by the Supreme Court. Well, if that happens, it's going to be 10 years from now before we know anything happening, which could cause some issues for us. So we're very concerned about that. Discussions are ongoing. There's been a renewed effort with meetings happening every 2 weeks among the basin states. There's been meetings with California and just a specific state, individual meetings, but then when they get together as a group, it kind of tends to fall apart. So there's still a lot to do. Unfortunately, the recognition that we have done in the lower basin, I don't think is being seen by the upper basin. It's very frustrating. And I always remind everybody that I talk to about our QSA water, that folks is conserved water. It means that it is any QSA water we're using is not technically water of the Colorado River, but rather conserved. And that's a very powerful position for us to be in as San Diego compared to other places that still need the Colorado River. So just a quick update, things are moving along. And I think we'll be hearing more soon. There may be soon a letter going from all the member agencies to the Interior Secretary, just again reiterating our support for the Bureau as Mr. Musk and some of the craziness going on looks to making cuts. And if the president wants to make sure there's plenty of water for fires, the last thing they want to do is start cutting things at the Bureau. And I'm sure we'll have more to report in the days ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Medaffer. Move on the consent calendar. There are no items on the consent calendar this month. For action discussions and presentations, we have 3 items today. The first item, Water Education Foundation 2024 Colorado River Leaders Program Overview. I'm going to turn this item over to Mina Westford to provide us with some context and introduce her team member who will then present on the topic.
Good morning, Chair Myers, and good morning, board members. This morning, I am pleased to introduce Mr. Dennis Davis, who is our Water Resources Specialist in our Imported Water Department. Dennis has worked for us since 2021, and he recently completed the prestigious Colorado River Water Education Foundation's Leaders Program. This program is designed to develop the next generation of water industry leaders, equipping the participants with advanced skills in policy development, stakeholder collaboration, and sustainable water management. And I'm very pleased on his topic that he picked. I won't be the spoiler alert, but I'm going to turn this over to Dennis, and I hope you please join me in congratulating him on his accomplishment.
Thank you, Mina. Through this overview, I will provide a brief background on the Water Education Foundation and its Colorado River Water Leaders Program before diving into my experience in the 2024 program. Next slide. Established in 1977, the Water Education Foundation is an impartial nonprofit organization that promotes an understanding of water issues and facilitates conversations that inform collaborative decision-making in the Western United States. Jen Bowles, who you see in the top left picture there with California Natural Resources Secretary Wade Crowfoot, serves as the foundation's executive director. She is supported and guided by a board of directors, which have included people like Terry Fulp, who served 31 years as the Bureau of Reclamation's regional director for the lower Colorado River Basin. There are many others like Terry that serve on the foundation's board because they have a lot to share from their experience in the water industry, and they want people to have a deep understanding and appreciation for water. To that end, the foundation offers various programming, including tours, workshops, and its Colorado River Water Leaders Program. Next slide. The program was launched in 2022 to coincide with the 100th anniversary of the Colorado River Compact, foundational agreement for river management. The application process is competitive. Applicants are invited to apply from across the basin. That includes the 7 basin states: Arizona, California, Nevada, Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, and Wyoming, tribal nations, and Mexico. The program's goal is to build a network of water leaders across the basin. In the top left picture, there are 2 water leaders that are part of this growing network. J.B. Hamby, the chair of the Colorado River Board of California. He completed the 2022 Colorado River program. And next to him is Samantha Arthur, California Natural Resources Deputy Secretary for Water, who completed the Foundation's 2020 California Leaders Program. I applied and was selected for the Foundation's 2024 Colorado River Program. And as part of the program, I toured the lower Colorado River Basin with my class, and we took the picture you see there at Hoover Dam on the right. We had a diverse group representing various water sectors and interests across the basin, including one person from the Navajo Nation and another from Mexico. Next slide. So the foundation assigns each Colorado River class a complex water issue to explore through a policy paper that is developed over the course of the program. The class then presents its policy recommendations at the Foundation's biennial Colorado River Symposium. For our topic, we explored water supply augmentation, the creation of new water resources in the basin. While the basin has generally shown interest in augmentation since the 1960s, implementation faces persistent challenges, including funding constraints, environmental concerns, and political complexities. We were given full editorial control over our paper, so we could have concluded if we wanted to that augmentation is not needed in the basin. But as a class, we acknowledge that augmentation has a role to play in stabilizing the river, and it should be a tool that we can use in conjunction with other tools like water conservation and transfers. We then spent the next 7 months developing our recommendations, which were informed in part by our assigned mentors. And my mentor is Bart Fisher. He is the president of the Palo Verde Irrigation District Board of Trustees. He is also a foundation board member and a third-generation farmer known for growing a variety of melons. I spent a day in the Palo Verde Valley shadowing Bart, where I attended a Palo Verde Irrigation District board meeting, and I received a behind-the-scenes look at Bart's farm operation. And I'll just say it was a illuminating experience for me to learn about the challenges facing farmers like Bart, which of course included the need for reliable river supplies, but it also included things like farm labor shortages and how to integrate new technology into existing farm practices. I also met regularly with my class to share what I learned from Bart and to hear what their mentors discussed with them. Next slide. As we researched our topic, we identified many examples of augmentation in the basin, including in the San Diego region, which is an early adopter of augmentation. And taking everything that we had learned, we presented 3 recommendations at the Colorado River Symposium aimed at addressing the challenges to implementing further augmentation in the basin. 1, create a community of practice which will bring people together around the common goal of advancing augmentation. 2, have that community of practice create a framework to guide discussions of viable augmentation projects and focus resources toward building viable projects in the basin. And 3, have the community of practice establish a basin-wide multi-stream financial structure to fund implementation of augmentation projects. At the end of our presentation, we engaged in a dialogue with the audience, and one question regarding the allocation of augmented water led to a discussion about how water transfers can complement augmentation and move water where it is needed. My hope is that the dialogue that we started last fall can continue in the basin, and that all, if not some, if not all, of our recommendations will prove helpful in promoting more augmentation in the basin. My biggest takeaway from this experience is definitely the relationships that I developed through the program. I believe that relationships are critical to solving some of the critical issues that we have on the river. And I think that's the case because they bring people together that have different perspectives. And through that, we can find common ground, which makes it a little bit easier to find those solutions. In closing, I just want to thank General Manager Denham and my Imported Water team. Without their support, I would not have been able to participate and take advantage of this wonderful opportunity. I also want to give a special thanks to Mina Westford, Jeremy Crutchfield, and Brent Fontaine, Water Authority staff that counseled me through this process. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dennis, for that excellent presentation, and congratulations again on your participation in developing those relationships.
Thank you.
It's so important. Yes.
I just wanted to add, we really appreciated Dennis's contribution to that program, but also that our general manager, Mr. Denham, got pinged to be a mentor in the next year, and so he'll be mentoring some other water leaders on this program as well.
It's excellent. Director Heidemann, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to share my perspective. So first of all, you know, what you probably don't know about Dennis, who is a rising star in this organization, and I hope that we retain him for a very long time. He's got a Juris Doctorate degree. He's a very, very sharp, talented employee. He writes very well. I get to spend time with him every month, driving up to the CRB meetings, him and Alexi, and it's a pleasure. He's got the right perspective, the approach. He works hard. He represents this organization very, very well. And you're absolutely right. It's about relationships, and you're on the right track. And I'm super proud to work with you and have you in this organization. So good job, Dennis.
Thank you, Director Heidemann.
All right. Thank you for that. And good to know about you having a JD. Us JDs have to stick together, so I'll be talking to you. Director Medaffer.
I just want to echo what Director Heidemann just said. And not only does Dennis wear very cool glasses wherever he goes, but the fact that he used to be an attorney at the Coastal Commission and now he's moved his way over to the water world, I too have enjoyed the last several years working with him. And I'm very proud of you, Dennis, for what you've accomplished as part of that program. I've heard very good things about you from Bart Fisher. He's very proud of you, as we all are. Congratulations.
Thank you, Director.
Dennis, just wanted to, of course, congratulate you and not downplay the fact that there are many, many applications to the program that Dennis was selected to. And he made it to the top. He rose to the top. I think this might have been the second year that we had tried to get you in, and he lost out, I believe, to the former or to the existing chair of the Colorado River Board of California. So there's stiff competition, but congratulations, Dennis. I'm glad you're part of it with the right attitude. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Seeing no other comments, we'll move on to our next item. which is the MWD Delegates Report. First up is Director Miller.
Thank you, Chair Myers. Before I start, I'd just like to make a statement of how much I appreciate the staff that works behind the Met delegates. Obviously, Mina Westford's new to it, and she's the new director. She's taken over for Amy, who was great at her job. And our staff really I can't overstate how much I appreciate the help and background that they give the delegates to provide us the information to go up and operate in a highly charged, very learned group of people to represent the Water Authority's interests. The background they provide us in analysis is second to none. And as we sit in that room and we look around and see a lot of unprepared delegates, we notice that we are prepared and we understand what's going on. And it all comes from Mina and her staff, Liz. And I just want to thank everybody for the hard work you put in making us the sharp delegates we think we are. So thank you. So at Met, as many of you may know, we have a new general manager. Devin Apatihi is now going to serve as general manager. He will be there at least to the end of the year. He had a predisposition for retirement, so he's staying on. I'm not saying that he will not stay on past the end of the year, but he does not have any indication that he's going to be the solution for long term. But he is a good general manager. I have been appointed as the new chair of the Finance, Affordability, Asset Management, and Efficiency Committee, similar to our INF committee, and I look forward to serving in that new role. We received updated financial projections. We had less sales, but our expenses were even less, so we actually ended up with a $44 million positive that's going to go into the reserve account. Met staff also reported on the reverse cyclic program, which is basically pre-selling water to be stored to the agencies in the hopes of solving the $120 million budget for selling of water. And it was to sell 100,000 acre feet, pre-sell it. And that was a huge success, and they actually exceeded the $120 million by $125 million, which helps the budget and also will be contributed to reserves. We also received a report on the AVIC High Desert Water Bank project, which is a water banking system where we're building out a project to store a couple 100,000 acre feet of water. However, we are seeing costs rising. We're seeing change orders come, and there's up to a $305 million capital cost that was not planned on. So we're watching that closely in hopes that we don't go even worse than that. I asked to hear more about the project's total costs and the impact to water rates, and so hopefully we will see that at the next meeting, an answer to that. There continues to be optimism around our settlement, and maybe we'll hear a little bit more about that today. And I know that I saw a definite difference in attitude from staff at Met in talking about the settlement. So there was a lot of positivity. So I'll leave that to our general manager to report on. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We love positivity. Next, Director Fong Sakai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to piggyback onto Director Miller's comments about how grateful I am also for our staff, Mina Westford, Liz Mendelson-Gosens, Alexi Schnell, and Chris Schwalm, for always sharing their depth of understanding and getting us ready for all of our committee meetings and board meetings. We could not do it without all of your assistance. So earlier this month, Met authorized selling State Water Project water outside of Met service area over this year and the next under certain conditions. These conditions aim to ensure that Met can meet the demands of the State Water Project dependent area. Additionally, staff is going to monitor, evaluate, and report on the efficacy and impacts of the sales. So this is being treated as a pilot program. Met will also form an ad hoc committee to provide oversight and review of this program. The intent of these sales is to increase Met's flexibility in responding to water resources and financial needs. With the increase in the State Water Project allocation to 35% earlier this week, Metropolitan is now in surplus conditions, making these sales more of a possibility. I do look forward to learning more from our experience over the next 2 years so we can consider how to set up further sales to ensure Met and its member agencies are financially whole while optimizing our existing resources. Metropolitan is also considering other transactions, such as wheeling water and exchanges between various agencies. As your delegates, we're continuing to assess the underlying policy positions, and we're focused on ensuring there is consistency in these transaction terms.
All right. We will lastly have a report from Met Director Goldberg.
Thank you very much, Chair Myers. I too echo my fellow delegates. Much of the success that we have at Met in convincing our fellow delegates and in really putting forward our own position has to do with the great analysis and preparation that we receive, unlike many of the other delegates at the board. So we appreciate that very much. As we begin our new chair, Adan Ortega's second term, I will remain as vice chair and part of the leadership team. Yesterday, I attended the Climate Adaptation Master Plan for Water Task Force meeting in Los Angeles, where Met staff presented on its implementation plan for CAMP. And indicated that they expect to have that implementation plan to the board for adoption by April. The new general manager indicated that his team is ready to start implementing the master plan as quickly as possible. And I think all of us expressed a lot of appreciation for the work the staff had done in getting us to this point as we were reviewing our annual report from the team. But several board members, including Chair Ortega and myself, encouraged staff to take this opportunity for the implementation phase to really provide a further opportunity for the board members to be integrated into the process and offer ideas for how it is that we will take all of this information and actually implement it in how we choose projects and how we make decisions. And after that discussion, our chair indicated that the leadership team would be meeting in the next couple of weeks to talk about how we could best make that happen and assure our board members and our general managers that they will have all of the questions that they have posed answered so that we're fully prepared when this plan is done to face the giant decisions that we are going to have to face as we represent the Water Authority looking at projects over the next few years. There was also a presentation from some of our general managers on the business model review and refinement process that they've been tasked with. And we expect to get a set of recommendations from the general manager's ad hoc working group at our next long-term regional planning processes and business modeling subcommittee meeting in March. I will try to keep you apprised of all of that, but we're getting very close to having a plan, including an implementation plan of how we will view projects under this huge umbrella of climate change. So thank you very much again for all of your support.
Thank you for those presentations. And new Met Director and Director Katz.
Great. Thank you so much. In my new role as a Met Director, wanted just to talk about last Friday and Saturday. I co-hosted a trip to Sacramento and looking at the State Water Project. And I co-hosted it with Barry Pressman, who is a Met Director from Beverly Hills. And we had 37 people on this trip. And there were 17 from San Diego and 16 from the Beverly Hills and Southern and Met area. But from our group, we had Directors Scalzetti and Paul, Ray, Freehoff, Yamani, and Norman, plus Emily Novak and Jamie Bradford. And it really was an amazing trip. And if you haven't gone on a trip like this, I really urge you to go. Flew up to Sacramento Friday morning, went and saw Orville Dam, and it was very cool because the water was flowing out of Orville Dam, so we got to see the water flowing out. Then we went to the location for the new site reservoir, and this is a reservoir that's going to be built, and we stood basically in the middle of this grass field that is going to be the reservoir, and Metropolitan will have 22% of that reservoir. And then the last day, we spent the whole day at the Delta and talking about environmental issues, talking about habitat, and then talking about the tunnel and why the tunnel is so important to the State Water Project. And the speaker that we had basically said one of the big reasons, in addition to getting more water to Southern California, is for earthquakes, and that it's not when, it's going to be if. It's not if, it is when. And there will be an earthquake, and this tunnel will be so far underground that it will not be affected by any type of earthquake. So it really assures the water supply. So it really was an amazing trip. I urge any of you that haven't gone to go, and that was my second experience with Met, and it was a great experience.
Great. Thank you so much. Any other questions or comments? Director Scalzetti.
Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to touch on and thank our newest Met Director for hosting us on that trip. It was really valuable. I did take that trip a number of years ago, like 25, and I sat in the same spot where the dam at Sites Reservoir was going to be erected. And it was interesting to see a lot of the people on the bus so excited about this new reservoir and dam built, and I've kind of let the steam out of the whole thing when I told them I was there 25 years ago, hearing the same story about the dam being there, and then they finally understood that maybe will never happen in our lifetime. But other than that, they fed us really well, and they had some good speakers. You know, they talk about the Delta smelt and the salmon, and you can understand this, you know, keeping the salmon going. People use it for food and the whole thing. But something I did learn was the Delta smelt has really no purpose other than monitoring the Delta. I mean, there's no significant thing about the Delta smelt that other than just data to see how the actual river is doing with the ecosystem. So it was interesting to me. I thought that it had some big savior or some important thing, but it's just the measure. It's the bottom feeder. They measure how the whole ecosystem is going in the delta. So it was really spectacular to see the release water at Orville Dam. It was pretty awesome. And it was good just collaborating with a lot of other people from Beverly Hills and from San Diego, other people that you didn't know that was interested in water that were there, and it was definitely worthwhile. So I appreciate it, Director Katz, for having us, and look forward to the next one.
Thank you, Director Scalzetti. Any other questions or comments regarding MET or the MWD delegates' reports? Seeing none, moving on. We do have a presentation on a discussion of MWD's treatment cost recovery activities. And I'm going to turn this item over to Mina Westford to introduce this item.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say, Director Katz, sites is something that you'll be voting on as a delegate at Metropolitan, and so we'll have to see how enthusiastic you are when you see the price tag associated with that, and our share with that. I also, I got a lot of credit here this morning. Thank you all for that delegation. But I wanted to, I've only had this job for like 8 weeks. I did want to turn it around and introduce Emily Novak and Sophia Almeida, who works also in the imported water program directly for Liz. And they are the people behind the scenes. And as we move forward, I'm going to make sure that they have an opportunity to be at the podium so that you can hear from them and learn from them as well. So water treatment, I'm going to introduce this next topic. Water treatment is essential for ensuring safe and reliable water to Southern California. Metropolitan provides treated and untreated water to its member agencies, but the costs of treatment, infrastructure, and operations must be recovered efficiently. The treatment surcharge is a critical component of MET's rate structure, and today, Ms. Melson Husin, our MWD program manager, is going to discuss how she and a team here at the Water Authority, including Pierce Rawson from our finance department, have been working on trying to find a compromise with the other 25 member agencies and ensuring financial stability for Metropolitan while addressing the evolving needs of Southern California's water infrastructure. I'm particularly proud of Liz and Pierce because during this effort, they have brought forth some really creative ideas. We've built some momentum around that. There have been several discussions at Metropolitan and with the other agencies as we try to build consensus around the different agencies' needs without overburdening one agency over another. And with that, I'll turn this over to Liz.
Thanks so much, Mina. Good morning, Imported Water Committee Chair Myers and board members. Today I'm going to present, as Mina described, an update on MET's treatment cost recovery effort. The accompanying memo for this presentation can be found starting on page 11 of your board packet. Next slide, please. Thanks. MET's treatment costs are the costs it incurs from owning, operating, and maintaining its 5 water treatment plants. The Water Authority gets some treated water from MET via its Skinner plant. This amount varies, but on average is around, I would say, like 55,000 acre-feet a year or so. MET's treatment surcharge, as Mina mentioned, is a volumetric charge, and it intends to recover all of MET's treatment costs. When agencies receive treated water from MET, they pay the treatment surcharge for each acre-foot of treated water they receive. The Water Authority's MET treatment costs vary based on how much treated water we receive from MET. It is generally around $15 to $20 million annually. Next slide, please. This current effort is the third time MET has looked at modifying its treatment cost recovery in less than 10 years. The other 2 efforts in 2016 and 2017 did not result in changes to how MET recovers its treatment costs. The current effort was the result of member agencies raising concerns about MET's rising treatment costs during the most recent budget and rate-setting cycle in 2024. In response to these concerns, in April 2024, as part of its budget and rate action, the MET board included that MET will work with its member agencies and the Camp for Water Task Force to understand and analyze the treatment surcharge, including but not limited to modifying the way the charge is calculated, which will be prioritized as part of the new business model discussion, and with a recommendation for adoption as soon as possible, but no later than approval of the new business model. In May, MET launched the first of its treatment cost recovery workshops, which were later merged with its business model effort. Next slide, please. Currently, MET recovers 100% of its treatment costs, which for fiscal year 2025 are $348 million via the treatment surcharge. This is the solid blue pie chart on this slide. In the current treatment cost recovery process, Met characterized peaking costs account for about 10% of treatment costs. That's the green slice on this colorful pie chart. And 6 alternatives to recover this portion of Met's treatment costs have been discussed. While standby components total a little less than 22% of these costs and are shown in the orange shades and purple slices of this pie, the remaining 68% of costs were characterized as average use and are in blue. The standby costs were further broken into 3 components on the more colorful pie chart. The orange shades reflect used and unused standby capacity, and over the workshops, 9 various fixed charge alternatives to recover these costs have been discussed. Met also characterized some standby charges as providing a newly conceptualized regional drought reliability benefit. That's that purple slice. Next slide, please. I'll focus more on that purple slice. Met is suggesting that its treatment system offers a regional drought reliability benefit by allowing Met to divert available water supplies to storage or to alternate the water supplies that are used, treated, and delivered to various member agencies. Met has suggested adding these regional drought reliability costs to the RTS, but Met's treatment system was designed and built to meet treated water demands. And if Met were to recover this portion of its treatment cost on the RTS, then that would mean that those not receiving any treated water would pay a portion of Met's treatment cost. Next slide, please. One of the proposals that was presented and discussed earlier this week was one put forth by the Water Authority. In response to the objectives that member agencies and Met described during various treatment cost recovery workshops, the Water Authority proposed to recover 25% of Met's treatment costs via a fixed charge. This fixed charge would be based on a 5-year rolling average of Met's treated water deliveries. The remaining 75% of Met's treatment costs would continue to be recovered via the volumetric treatment surcharge. The Water Authority's proposal offers 3 key benefits. It provides Met with additional fixed revenues, it offers greater rate stability and predictability for member agencies, and it avoids creation of new service definitions that cause unintended equity shifts. Next slide. Looking ahead, Met is considering other changes to its business model related to its financial policies in addition to treatment cost recovery. Other modifications may relate to Met's reserve policy, considering the need for additional fixed revenues, and setting a policy for Met's sales budget to be based on a level that Met would expect to exceed 70% to 90% of the time. Over the next month, our team, including imported water and finance, particularly Pierce, thank you, Pierce, will continue working with Met and other member agencies on this issue. In April, an information item on the progress of these issues is scheduled to go to Met's Finance, Affordability, Asset Management, and Efficiency, or I've heard the term FAME Committee, which Director Miller now chairs. And this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few questions in the queue. Director Paul.
Thank you. Thank you, Liz. Could you go back to slide 12?
Okay.
So the green piece, 10% says potentially recovered via new fixed charge. But something else told me that was a volumetric charge. Is that fixed or volumetric?
The 10% is being proposed as a fixed charge.
Thank you.
Director Miller.
Obviously, I'm up at Met. We've been seeing this coming down the pipeline. This was initiated, as you saw on one of the previous charts, by the 37% increase in treated cost. That's quite a shock if you're getting all your water treated and you get a 37% increase. So I understand the agencies that are all in on treated, going into apoplexy over the increase. It should be noted that of the 5 treatment plants that Met has, there's not a single one that's operating at over 50% capacity because of the lack of water sales. So it's understandable why these costs have went up. We've got these assets that have ongoing O&M and ongoing debt, and they're only being used at less than 50%. One thing I would call out on this, and I'd be interested to hear what how our general manager feels about this, is that this is not a fixed charge to create a new revenue stream for MET, which MET needs new revenue streams. This is just simply a transfer of the cost of treated water to a different way of collecting money on the entire agency. So I think we need to have a robust discussion on this, and obviously at MET we will have, but again, this is not new money. This is a shift to help the treated water buyers defray some of their costs, and then we, like the Water Authority, who buys a very limited amount of pressure of treated water, will get a new fixed charge to pay. So it's not new water, it's just a shift. That's my opinion.
Thank you. We have Director Scalzetti.
Yeah, I saw this in the packet, and it seems like everybody's kind of going to more of this fixed costs. I mean, even the Water Authority's shifting a little bit. It's just kind of the way I think that the future is to balance out some of the demands and some of the spikes that we either have or don't have. But like our director just spoke of, we're not buying a whole bunch of treated water. They need to recover their costs. I think this is just kind of where the future is going.
Thank you. We had Director Leahy, but apparently not anymore. You want to make sure? Okay. We have Director Freehoff.
Right, thank you. Not a member of your committee. I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question. Great presentation. Thank you very much. I'm just curious, so this has been proposed. Has there been any reaction yet from the other MET member agencies or MET staff itself? Is it being welcomed? I'm just curious as to what the response has been. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Liz.
Okay, thank you, Director Freehoff, for that question. Did you want me to respond, Dan?
Yeah, please.
Okay. I just wanted to pull up I think you're referring to this slide, our proposal. Okay. Thanks. So, yes, there has been some positive movement, and there's a lot of agencies that are interested in what the Water Authority is putting forth, and we're actively discussing and working collaboratively with other member agencies at Metropolitan. But things are still very fluid. So we just discussed the Water Authority's proposal. I think it was Monday. It's been a wild week. So things are still in motion.
All right. I don't see anyone else in the queue. I do have a question kind of following on Director Miller's comment about the plants operating below their, well below their capacity, which means they're probably not being as productive as they could be, and it's probably one of the reasons why costs are increasing, or at least not as low as they could be. I'm just curious, I guess I'll ask this as a general question to the MET people. Are there discussions within MET, or has this issue come up in any substantive way to discuss the underutilization of those plants and whether something could be done or proposed to save costs, potentially mothball? And I don't know how the system works up there, so I don't know how feasible it is, but to potentially mothball a plant and increase the overall productivity and reduce costs.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Myers, for that question. So yes, there is thought on doing that, and in fact, I believe in 2017, the Met Board adopted a set of policy principles, and that is that concept to essentially look at how to reduce the treatment cost overall. And this current set of workshops, that has not been fleshed out that much. So maybe there is more opportunity for that discussion further down the road. But I think in the past there has been reductions in plant capacity, most recently at Skinner, to kind of approach the idea of right-sizing the treatment plants.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I know there's a lot going on up there, but if the opportunity arises, I think that would be a good topic of further discussion. Director Westford?
Well,
I'm sorry,
I've been
Director
promoted
Westford.
to a director.
Yeah. Yes, really.
Only 8 weeks. I wanted to just, thank Director Paul. He's pointed out, we had on our original memo a couple slight decimal dust points that his Hawkeye got on, and we were able to fix that. So thank you, Director Paul, for finding that for us. And I think General Manager Denham was going to speak.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to Liz's response because I think treatment plant capacity, utilization, it's an important part of this conversation. But for many member agencies at Metropolitan, at the crux of the issue is peaking and how you deal with peaking on a MET treatment plant. So as member agencies go on and off Metropolitan system, they have the ability to come back on and peak on that system. And there's an equity conversation that's going on. That facility is there for you to use when you need it. Therefore, you should pay for that emergency service, if you will. So not only just the plant and capacity, but that is really a core issue for a lot of the member agencies at Metropolitan, this equity concern about they are, for instance, treated water agencies that use MET on a consistent basis. Then there are times that people come on and use the plant during peak summer months. There's an impact to that, and there's an equity conversation about paying for those costs.
Director Castaneda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got too many green buttons here. One of the issues that I was going to ask about was that, can you go back to the chart that shows all the various slices of charges that they're looking at? There was one that seemed very nebulous, and I was wondering if there's any specific science or calculations that go into that. And one, it would be the peaking, of course, and then the other one is there was a potential if we don't use the water, then I'm trying to remember which one. Liz, it was during your discussion that kind of thought, well, this is just sort of like cream. It's there, and this is kind of where we're short, so we'll just throw it in there. I mean, is there specificity on exactly where all of these figures come from? Because, I think the general manager said it very well, and we're going to have that same discussion a little bit later today about the fixed charge increases, because Sweetwater can basically make the same argument our staff is just making, and and board members are making. What's the equity here? And I firmly believe that if agencies go in and out of the system, like an acrobat, they should pay the high prices. They should pay for that. Because if we do that at Sweetwater, it's going to give us an incentive to basically do a better job to ensure that we never have to jump for imported water. And we're going to have to make those investments. And I understand that equity means everybody shares, but it also is we should not have to pay for an agency that comes and goes and basically only, doesn't take care of their system. And when they have shortfalls or they have some disruptions, they use the system, and then we've got the peaking charge to deal with. So I wanted to ask about that one charge. It seemed a little bit sort of fuzzy on how we arrive at that.
Yes, Pierce Rossum, Financial Planning Manager here. It's a great question, and this is one of the reasons our proposal was kind of higher level in terms of let's not define or break apart treatment into 4 or 5 different service categories that have some merit perhaps, but definitely need to be fleshed out more. And so in order to hit the timelines that Metropolitan's pushing, the recommendation was to stay higher level and continue that discussion and flesh out some of those ideas. Because one of the things here is the $348 million of cost is going to remain the cost. And so if you push something into the peak bucket, that just means it comes out of the other buckets. If you push it towards standby, the others drop. And so the question that we have is, what is Met going to do in terms of controlling costs? What are they doing to right-size the plants? And if those decisions are made, which category do they come off of? And are we using consistent and precise methodologies? So that's something we're definitely considering in our approach and our outreach with the member agencies.
And I think also, what slice is every agency responsible for? Because just because the round number is $348 million doesn't mean that we all have a share of $348 million, because we're not adding cost to the system. There are other agencies that are, and they should pay. So anyway, that's equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
I just, as we, I think, close out this discussion, I wanted, of course, compliment Liz and Pierce. I received some really positive feedback about our staff in one of our general manager only meetings that we had, and they complimented me, but really it was about our staff coming to the table with a positive attitude and looking as to how we can contribute to a solution at Metropolitan. And I think that that's very important, because there can be winners and losers in any rate design scenario. And I think what Pierce and Liz have done, working with member agencies who quite candidly stand to be losers in some of the rate design methodologies that are out there. We will continue to have meetings through the end of this week, Friday, and we'll get to a point at Met where I hope that we can get to a compromised position where there aren't winners and losers, but there is a rate design methodology that works for everyone in some form. So thank you, Liz and Pierce, and I'm just extending those compliments that you all receive from the general managers.
Thank you. No one else is in the queue. There are no information items this month, and we're going to move into a closed session. No, we're not. What's that? Okay, it's going to be in the main board. So no closed session, so the committee is adjourned.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the ANF committee meeting for February 27th, 2025. We have one board member remote this month. Therefore, votes today will be by roll call vote. Mr. Edwards, can you make that announcement, please?
Yes. Today, Director Yamani will be appearing remotely under the Just Cause exception under Government Code Section 54953, traveling on official business.
Thank you so much. And as we discuss the items on the agenda today, I will be calling on directors who push their speaker button. So please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state all your points when you have a chance to speak so we can move through our agenda. Nicole, can you please call the roll?
Chair Abdullahi?
Present.
Vice Chair Rant? Yes. Vice Chair Yamani?
Here.
Directors Acosta? Boyd Hodgson?
Here.
Croucher?
Here.
Ike? Hilliker?
Here.
Leahy?
Here.
Norman?
Here.
Quaylen?
Here.
Serrano? Vespi?
Here.
Whitburn?
Here.
Chair Abdullahi, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you so much, Nicole. I do not have any additions to the agenda. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public wishing to comment on any items listed on the ANF committee agenda.
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. I see none.
Thank you so much. Seeing none, I'll move on to the chair's report. The draft ANF committee work plan starts on page 41 in this month's board packet. The work plan covers calendar years 2025 and 2026. We have a brief presentation highlighting some of the items on our draft work plan, and we'll go through the presentation. And highlights of our work plan do include in finance, reviewing and approving the multi-year budget for fiscal years 2026 and 2027, reviewing and approving rates and charges for calendar years 2026 and 2027, reviewing the long-range financial plan with an eye towards addressing impacts of reduced water sales and diversifying revenue sources, and review debt management strategies and opportunities for debt reduction. Next slide, please. In business support, review and approve initiatives related to cybersecurity, safety and risk management, and supporting sustainable and efficient work environments and processes. Next slide. In human resources, we are scheduled to review and approve a new MOU with our bargaining groups in 2026. Folks, please review the draft work plan to see all the items that are on it and provide any comments or suggestions by Monday, March 10th. Please provide any questions, comments, or suggestions that you have to me, to Lisa Marie Harris in Finance, Catherine Love in Human Resources, or Jason Foster in Administrative Services. The work plan will be presented next month as an action item for adoption, so get any comments or suggestions in by Monday, please, the March 10th. Are there any director comments from my vice chairs as well as other directors? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. This month's consent agenda includes, there's a comment. Director Leahy?
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment, and hopefully this can be accepted as some of my notes for the work plan. And this will be addressed later with the MAR recommendation on a item later on the agenda. But under item 1 on the work plan, rates and charges, part of the recommendation to implement phase 2 and phase 3 of the change to fixed charges on the transportation rate included reevaluating the entire rate structure of the Water Authority by 2027. Knowing that this is the work plan for the next 2 years, I wanted to make sure that that was part of our work plan for rates and charges, that we are evaluating that. And so I would like to have that added as the draft before we see it next. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Leahy. And we have comments from General Manager.
Yeah, Director Leahy, I think some of the comments that I plan on making as part of the MAR presentation will address a little bit of that, but I think that there's an opportunity with the process that we're laying out to do what you said.
Thank you so much. All right, this month's consent agenda includes staff recommendation to note and file the monthly treasurer's report, adopt resolution for local and tribal governments application for cybersecurity projects, and adopt resolution approving the distribution of tax apportionment funds related to Rainbow Municipal Water District to Eastern Municipal Water District. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? And please use your buttons. Any motion? All right. I have a motion by Director Croucher, all right. And can I get a second? Awesome. Thank you so much. I have a second by Director Acosta. So moved by Director Croucher, seconded by Director Acosta. Nicole, will you please call the roll?
Chair Abdullahi?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rant?
Yes.
Vice Chair Yamani?
Yes.
Directors Acosta?
Yes.
Boyd Hodgson?
Yes.
Croucher?
Yes.
Ike is absent. Hilliker? Yes. Leahy?
Yes.
Norman?
Yes.
Quaylen?
Yes.
Serrano is absent. Vespi?
Yes.
Whitburn?
Yes.
Chair Abdullahi, items on the consent calendar pass.
Thank you so much, Nicole. We have 4 action items and presentation items today for discussion as well. First, I will hand it over to Lisa Marie Harris, our Director of Finance and Treasurer, for the Securities Law Municipal Disclosure Training.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Abdullahi and Board of Directors. Lisa Marie Harris, the Finance Director. So every year, we ask our Disclosure Council to come in and just refresh and renew information regarding disclosure to how we manage our debt portfolio. It's really critical that the Board understands and acknowledges your obligations under securities law, as we do have a $2.1 billion portfolio. So we've asked our Disclosure Council, who does oversee our disclosures annually, as well as when we enter the market, to come and give you a updated training. So Tim Reimers is the Disclosure Counsel for the Water Authority, and he has served the Water Authority in that capacity for over 10 years, and he has over 20 years in practicing law. So I'll turn it over to Tim Reimers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from the directors? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. We need the presentation first.
The question can be like, why is he here? My name is Tim Reimers. I'm a partner at Shepherd Mullen. Amongst other things, I'm a public finance lawyer specializing in the securities laws related to the issuance of public finance securities, tax-exempt bonds. We have a presentation to you today with the hope of training you so that you know some of the issues and some of the rules and laws that surround your obligations in connection with the issuance of the securities that the Water Authority issues. Did I press the wrong button? Go on? All right, yeah. So we'll start with, I think you have the visual aids in your packet. I've explained the goals of the training. So one of the first things you should understand is that as board members, you have fiduciary obligations to this organization. You have a duty of care that says that you have to exercise care in making the decisions that are in the best interest of the Water Authority. You have a duty of loyalty. I'll go to the next one. This one? There you go. You have a duty of loyalty that says you have to put your interest of the interest of the Water Authority in front of your own in making decisions for the Water Authority. You have a duty of obedience. You got to comply with, it's not going to be surprising, you got to comply with laws and regulatory and reporting requirements. This, I understand, can be a challenge because you also have other organizations that you respond to, but when acting as a board member for the Water Authority, you have to take the Water Authority's best interest in mind. So, why is disclosure necessary? As Lisa Marie was saying, the Water Authority issues securities, including revenue bonds and commercial paper in the public capital markets. Right? Generally, federal law and state securities law require that debt, such as the Water Authority's debt, that information be provided to investors that includes all material information regarding the securities that are going to be issued in those markets. We want fair disclosure out there so that we have an efficient market. So what laws are we worried about? The Securities Act of 1933 has Section 17A and Rule 10b-5 generally say the same sorts of things. These are called anti-fraud rules. We're also going to talk about another rule called Rule 15c212. So generally, it's unlawful, this isn't going to surprise anybody, it's unlawful to sell securities, in your case, tax-exempt bonds, commercial paper, by means of an untrue statement of material fact or any omission to state a material fact necessary to be stated in order to make the statements made not misleading. What does that mean? It means that you can't put on the paper in these books that you write things that are untrue. But that's not that hard because you guys do a very good job of making sure that the words in the page are true and accurate and correct. The harder part of it is the omission. You can't lie by omission, by not telling people something that they need to know that you know about those securities. So, what does material mean? So the Supreme Court has kind of given us a very soft test about materiality. And what that is that it's substantial likelihood that a reasonable investor would consider that information important in making a decision to buy or sell securities. It's not just any investor, it's not that high, and it's not that they could, it's that they would find this important, not just interesting. Right? So materiality is determined in the context of all the facts and circumstances. Problem is, it's determined after the fact, and hindsight is often 20/20 when it comes to securities enforcement. So when do the rules apply? The rules first apply when you're issuing debt. When you're issuing debt, it's a new offering. You'll be presented with a book that's a couple of pages long that describes all the bonds and all the securities risks. And all the interesting information that investors will find important in making their investment decision. You'll also the Water Authority does continuing disclosure reports. It has investor relations opportunities. It makes public statements. The board members make public statements. All of these things can have the application of the anti-fraud rules. Basically, if you're speaking to the market, if the market can reasonably rely on the things that you're saying, the anti-fraud rules apply. What was the anti-fraud rule? The anti-fraud rule is you can't misstate anything and you can't omit to say things that are needed in order to make the statements understandable and complete. consequences for violating anti-fraud rules. The SEC can bring an enforcement action, as can private plaintiffs, the bondholders who were hurt on either the price of their sale or the price that they paid for the bonds due to the misleading disclosure. Violations can result in other things: administrative, criminal, civil investigations. Just interruption can be difficult for a business that is facing SEC scrutiny. Fines, penalties, cease and desist orders, but even ratings downgrade, reputational harm, all lead to higher borrowing costs that make it harder for you to keep your rates in the places where you'd like them to be. But these consequences are not just limited to the Water Authority. Board members, department personnel can be held liable if they're found to have participated in securities frauds issues. The SEC, municipal enforcement, these are some of the types of things where the SEC has enforced recently. Misrepresentations regarding continuing disclosure compliance, saying in the book that you complied or failing to tell people that you didn't comply with your continuing disclosure obligations. Cash flow crises, investment losses, pending loss of a major tenant. And what that one's more about is that you knew something was going to happen and one didn't say something about it. Incomplete, outdated information, absence of, most interestingly, absence of disclosure training, written procedures, or an engaged counsel on that. That's one of the reasons why we're doing this training today, is so that you can honestly tell underwriters that your organization has been trained. You have disclosure counsel, and you're going to be talking later on today, I think, about written procedures. Initial disclosure. The preliminary official statement. The purpose of the preliminary official statement, which is a book that looks like this, it describes the bonds. It talks about the risks. It talks about the financial positions. It talks about the future. It talks about the past. The importance about it is your disclosure document that you're giving to the market, but the process by which it gets approved is important. Your organization puts a lot of time and effort with the finance department to go through and build out an official statement that they then present to the board for board approval. They also, in connection with putting that official statement out in the market, there'll often be an investor roadshow that the underwriters go to use to make a market for those bonds. It's important that the information in the roadshow aligns with the information that is in the offering document. So, as we've said, we can fly through this one. Describes the securities, discloses the risks, serves as a marketing tool for the underwriters, and a well-prepared official statement is really your defense exhibit A. We told you about those risks when something goes wrong and the SEC or an investor is making a claim in a securities fraud case. The Water Authority is responsible for the completeness and accuracy of its official statements. The Water Authority has internal procedures designed to make sure that the information in the official statement's been reviewed and approved by the folks most knowledgeable about the various matters. We take the information that we're putting out there and we run it by department management, and we receive certificates and ask a lot of due diligence questions, as will the underwriters and other participants in the bond transactions. But we're very diligent about the controls and procedures, because setting up reasonable controls and procedures, which the Water Authority has worked hard to do, is important in creating a defense in a securities fraud situation. So how do we get there? We begin with the big picture and then refine the details. Water Authority will address questions in the official statement. When we get started on the process, we think about why are we doing this? What are we going to use the money for? What types of securities are we going to issue? How are those securities going to be repaid? What could go wrong? So that we can describe to investors about those issues. The Water Authority should be considering questions such as, what may change in the financial conditions? What options do bondholders have if things do go wrong? What's new or different since the last time we did these? We do these regularly enough that it's easy to slip into a same as last year mentality. But your agency does a very good job of not slipping into that, because they've got good procedures to go through and update these things regularly. And they're thinking about it quite often. But we always revisit, have the investment risk been identified, updated, and clearly presented. So what are some of the hot topics? Currently hot topics in water, you all probably know better than me, but are things such as drought and climate change and the operational impacts of those things. Just for context, 2 years ago, it was COVID-19. That was sort of the hot topic. We're seeing a lot in the space of ESG. The rating agencies are still interested in this. This presentation was prepared before the executive orders started, but I think that this is going to be one of the next things, is the impact on executive orders of just about any agency that receives federal money or whose customers receive federal money. So we think about these things as we go to build out what those disclosures should look like. So we keep coming back to internal controls, and one of the reasons is because the SEC's enforcement directors say so. They say that issuers, such as the Water Authority, should consider whether they have controls and systems in place that are going to give them accurate and complete disclosure. The board has an ability to rely reasonably on its management and its professionals in preparing an official statement. It doesn't absolve the board of its obligation to read and understand and ask intelligent questions, but developing procedures and appropriately delegating to responsible folks is an appropriate delegation of authority from the board. So where else are you guys participating in the marketplace? You're participating in your annual continuing disclosure reports. I said we'd talk a little bit about Rule 15C12. Rule 15C12 requires underwriters, in order to underwrite a municipal security, to get an agreement from the issuer of that security to provide annual reports and certain other information. The Water Authority annually provides that report very dutifully in connection with its annual comprehensive financial, we could change the name, financial statements. The anti-fraud rules apply to these. So when we're speaking to the market there, we want to make sure that we are making correct statements, the easy part, and not omitting to state things that the market would need in order to understand the financial and operating position of the Water Authority at the time the disclosure is made. So, in addition to annual financial reports, the Water Authority is required to report on events that come up. Most of the time, these don't come up. Principal and payment delinquencies aren't really an issue for you. Substitution of letters of credit aren't really an issue. But you guys redeem bonds from time to time, and notices are put out on those. You consider new financial obligations, and any time where there's a new financial obligation, you have the potential of having an event disclosure. Ratings changes haven't been much of an issue, but if you had ratings changes, you have to put out a notice for the market to understand that. Procedures to identify financial obligations as part of the Water Authority's procedural things or procedural policies. We have in place the ability, a continuing ability to monitor whether or not continuing disclosure needs to be made. The Water Authority and other issuers in the space also do voluntary disclosures. These are things that are not required pursuant to your continuing disclosure agreements or Rule 15C12, but it's opportunities that you want to take to tell the market something. Typically, these come out as forward-looking statements about financing plans. If you're going to look to do a major new capital project, if you're going to look to be refunding bonds, you're going to be restructuring something, issuers will make voluntary disclosures about what's going on. And sometimes it's to toot your own horn about a rating was maintained and the like. Those voluntary disclosures have anti-fraud liability tied to them and should be treated to have no material misstatements and not to omit things that the market would need to understand. You're also speaking to the market and have anti-fraud issues when you get investor inquiries. Your finance department receives calls from time to time from investors wondering what's going on with the Water Authority. What's the latest plan? Maybe it's just from underwriters looking for the next deal, and when are you guys going to be doing a refinancing? You may, in your circles, cocktail parties or the political events or just within your agencies, also run into folks who want to know what's going on with the Water Authority. And in those investors' inquiries, the Water Authority has established a procedure. It has a point person to respond to the inquiries by providing information that's already publicly available. So it's totally appropriate for the recipient of a request to say, here's information about the Water Authority that's publicly available. The trick is that often the information that the investor is looking for is not yet publicly available. The Water Authority knows it, but it hasn't been. It's material, non-public information. Providing that to an investor could shift the way the market sees those securities and could create pricing advantages to the recipient of that information, and that's something that we try to avoid by going through a point person so that that point person can take material non-public information, make a decision about when to make that public, and then all investors receive it at the same time. Important part of creating the right types of controls and the right type of organization to stay out of trouble from an anti-fraud perspective is developing a disclosure culture. This is something the Water Authority has done well, but it's good to get a reminder about it. Establish a team. Annually review your obligations. Gather the information. Coordinate, review, approve. Consider what information needs to be put into those reports. Consider the voluntary filings when appropriate, and finalize that information for posting to the public space. These are the types of conversations. After the first 6 points or 5 points have probably been done, Lisa or Maria will often give us a call, and we'll talk about the wisdom of what you guys are going to do and make sure that we're within the lines. And you guys do an excellent job of that. The role of the board in complying with securities law. The board's responsible. The case law has made it pretty clear that the board's responsible to make sure that the authority is complying with the securities law. The board should have a thorough understanding of the proposed securities prior to your approval of new bonds. And as I was saying before, the board may reasonably rely on the advice of its professionals, both internally and externally. But in doing that, you have to exercise independent judgment in approving the disclosure. So you should read the disclosure. It's actually really interesting, and I'm pretty proud of these lengthy books that we write. But the Water Authority and the board are required to exercise this independent judgment, and this helps establish a defense based on reliance of the advice of professionals. The moral of the story is ask questions about the information, and if you know something, say something. The following questions, they're in your materials. These are questions that you might consider asking when presented with a disclosure document for the next issuance of bonds or commercial paper or whatever the next securities the authority is proposing to issue. I'll leave these questions for you to have in your materials. We don't need to go through them all. There's a couple of pages of them. Kendra couldn't be here today, but I'm available for questions and answers.
Thank you so much, Timothy. Are there any questions or comments from the directors? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Thank you so much.
Sharon,
Yes.
if I could add, if you end up with questions later, please route those questions through Lisa Marie, and she can coordinate with General Counsel and or us as appropriate, and we can make ourselves available to advise the Water Authority on its securities obligations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Up next, we have the member agency rate work group recommendation to approve the calendar year 2026 interim rate design. But first, we'll hear from our general manager, Dan, before we hand it over to Pierce.
Thank you, Director Abdullahi. I just wanted to kind of frame up at least a portion of Pierce's presentation and talk about the 2026 interim rate design recommendation moving forward. So what Pierce is going to describe to you is a action item, a recommendation to move forward with year 2 of the member agency rate work group design recommendation that's actually part of a subgroup recommendation, not to confuse everyone with all this, but we have a lot of committees at the Water Authority, and I'm going to explain a little bit as to how we plan to change some of that in just a minute here. So I just want to remind everyone who hasn't been part of this process, it's been 5 years since we've been talking about this. We've gone through 22 different meetings of the member agency rate subgroup. Your general managers, your financial staff have all been included in those meetings, and really what the goal has always been is to develop a consensus-based approach towards what I think is one of the primary goals here at the Water Authority, which is moving the needle on the switch from almost all volumetric transportation charges to something a little bit more fixed. Currently, the Water Authority is in the high 80th percentile in terms of its fixed costs. Its fixed revenues are in the teens. This is a theme that we are talking about up at Metropolitan. We're talking about down here at the Water Authority. It's part of a long-term process to, again, move the needle. In terms of just skipping ahead a tiny bit, when I alluded to all the committees at the Water Authority, based on the input that I've received from my peers, the general managers, and all of you, Chair Serrano with the officers and Chair Emeritus Katz have instructed me, and I think that you all know this, to discontinue the MAR group as well as the financial strategy work group, and instead direct all of the conversations that were included in the MAR subgroup, sorry for all this, folks, to the general managers. And in fact, that's what I plan on doing. I just want to provide a little bit of insight as to why this move was made. I think first and foremost, it's a matter of consolidation. One of my peers described it as the Water Authority having a lot of different swimming lanes with a lot of different people having a lot of different opinions, and we can never seem to get to consensus because no one really understands where a policy position or direction might be coming from. I think that direction is best suited for the Public Utilities Director of the agency, the CEO of the agency, the General Manager of the agency. This is a process that I've been through over the past 2 years. The Met delegates can describe it to you with some color that's occurring at Met, and I think that it's a process, although it has its ups and downs, it seems to be working well, where there's one voice for an agency, there's a point person who has the ability to understand and make recommendations to the representatives on this board as to where we are headed on a lot of different things here at the Water Authority. But I also want to say that based in Chair Serrano's recommendation to do away with these two committees, a lot of it has to do with inclusion. The financial strategy work group in the past, and even the MAR work group to some extent, what the structure that we've had has been there are a number of appointed board members and general managers that are part of a group that will bring a recommendation to this board. What we are suggesting to do is be inclusive of all general managers here at the Water Authority to be able to weigh in on these important topics. There's absolutely no reason to believe that right out the gate we are going to agree on every single topic, but I would hearken back to some of the comments that I made earlier in the previous committee with, I think that that's the right venue for people to come in with an open mind and develop a consensus-based approach to solving what is arguably one of the toughest tasks we have here at the Water Authority. I'm going to lean heavily on my peers, the general managers and public utility directors, to do that. I think that what you will see in the end of Pierce's presentation is a recommendation. I want to offer up a suggestion based on some feedback that I've had, the MAR subgroup recommendation that included a number of points. A number of those points were really high-level policy issues that were included as part of the rate recommendation for year one of this 3-year rate that we're about to talk about. I would like to memorialize or put those points into the record and put them into what I envision as the next year or two going forward to discuss with these in this group of general managers. We've already started to have these conversations with the GMs. We are planning on getting together for a one-day retreat to start talking about a structure and a design on what this agency looks like going forward in terms of our financial policies, and not just financial. This is a business model discussion, right? It's very similar to Metropolitan. While we get focused on the rate structure and the finances, there are other items that we need to talk about here at the Water Authority, and that's going to be the venue going forward for this group. And so what I would suggest is for this board, if this item is approved as is, to give me direction, put it in the record for me to come back, and I will anyways, but you can memorialize it here. Put it into the record that based on the input that I get from the GMs, come back to this board with a structure and with a timeline to effectuate change at the Water Authority and get us to a point where we once and for all finally take some action and move the needle on moving from this volumetric dependence that we're on to a more fixed recovery process. Again, I will come back to the board with input, and we'll look to develop a schedule, some policy positions, bring it back to the GMs, and I would anticipate, and this is based on the MAR subgroup recommendation of the end of 2027, that we would have something by then. I think that that's a tangible deadline. Ultimately, we're looking to change the rate structure for the next rate cycle. There's a lot to say, but Pierce is going to explain some of the technical details associated with all of this. Thank you.
Well, thanks for that introduction, Dan. So really, we heard about the work that Metropolitan's doing. I've heard a lot of comments from Metropolitan that we've been at this enough, we need to make a decision on the treatment rate, and they had 8 meetings. MAR met for the better part of 2 years. We had other, acronym soup groups before that. So we've really been at this discussion in terms of rates and charges and fixed cost recovery for at least 5 years. And so, we met with the MAR group for 20 times. A majority of that was in the first phase, which came with the initial recommendation that the board implemented as part of the rates and charges process last year. So that movement in the transportation rate, understanding that 100% of our transportation costs are fixed and 100% of our revenues were volumetric. That created a lot of revenue volatility for the organization, a lot of rate swings in terms of under-collecting and then needing to make up the difference in future years. So that was the low-hanging fruit that the MAR group really focused on. We touched a lot of different topics, but a subgroup of like-minded member agencies came together and moved forward what they felt was a roadmap that we could all agree on. And that got full support back when it was originally developed. That proposal was a 3-year roadmap, a 3-year phase-in. So rather than doing what was recommended by the moderator or our consultant following a lot of that discussion to go to 60% fixed cost recovery on transportation, the MAR said let's do 0 to 40 in the first year and then 2 increments of 10% thereafter. Let's see how that goes. And then, of course, as has been mentioned, there were some additional considerations that were included as part of that proposal. So really what we're looking at here is to do that phase 2 of the proposal. So we would jump from 40% fixed cost recovery up to 50% cost recovery. The total bucket of transportation, that does not change. We're not adding new costs into it. It's not a new revenue stream, as kind of was mentioned earlier. It's simply a divvying up of how those existing costs will be collected and trying to do so in a manner, since it's still water delivery based, it's still transportation based, it just smooths out the impacts so there's less volatility amongst the member agencies and certainly less volatility to the Water Authority. Dan touched on these in terms of comments. At the last meeting we had with MAR back in October, Deputy General Manager Tish Burge presented all the items. She walked through each one with an individual slide. That's part of your board packet and was when MAR gave or a finance strategy work group update was provided following that last meeting. Not going to go through them all here. Dan's already touched on them in terms of wanting to memorialize these. A lot of these items are through our normal course of business, through our normal course of budget planning, engineering planning, all of that. So these are already touched on, but certainly going forward and really making sure that we're all on the same page, as these are really the critical considerations for this organization and the business plan moving forward. Some are within the possibility of this organization to implement. Others, we look to the legislature, either the state or the federal government, to provide some of those considerations. I mentioned that this was a long process, 3 years, 20-plus meetings, and it's really been a collaborative process. We really wanted to open this meeting up to everyone, not just general managers, not just board members, but it was finance officers. We had very oftentimes almost up to 100 people on these calls for those 20 meetings. So it was a lot of staff time. Really appreciate everyone's input. And I think we've really landed in a good spot with this proposal and this phase 2 of the recommendation. All of this really stems from the guiding principles, and this is a good foundation for this organization to continue to build. These guiding principles have really been the bedrock of the discussion for a lot of the groups and discussion entities that we've had over last 2 decades, and they've really remained consistent. They're good, high-level core services and beliefs of how this organization should function and how we should promote equity and affordability and long-term visibility of this organization. Again, there's this roadmap that we talked about. The first was implemented in calendar 25, so that was adopted in July of last year. That was 40% of the revenue requirement. Calendar 26, what this recommendation would do is that would serve as the kind of underlining rate design that would move forward as we start the rate design process next month. That moves to 50% of the transportation revenue requirement, the other 50% continuing to be collected volumetrically. And then, phase 3, that is not on the table right now, but would be for future board consideration unless there's departures from this following discussions with the general managers, would be to bring back a 60% revenue requirement for the fixed cost recovery, just to give you a sense of what that roadmap looked like. As part of that long 2-year-plus process and a lot of the meetings, we understood that member agencies didn't like to make decisions in a vacuum. They didn't like to make decisions without understanding what the impacts to those member agencies would be. We spent a lot of time creating various rate models that were interactive and easy to use. We had workshops on how to use those models. We created what was referred to as the RACT model that was provided to analyze how each of these design considerations would impact each member agency, and you could mix and match, and you could play a lot of different what-if games with that. Using that, we understand the question of what's the rate impact if we went to 50% versus 40%. And the rate impact, for the most part, is plus or minus 1%. And that's just apples to apples. So if for calendar 25, if we had implemented 50%, some agencies would have moved a little bit higher on that transportation impact. Some agencies, about half the agencies, would have seen their share decrease by a little bit. And that's just really a reflection of, is your 7-year average more or less than what last year's take was? And so the impacts there are relatively minor, and again, it's revenue neutral, so there's just a little bit of movement between the member agencies as we look further backwards towards the what have you used on the transportation system rather than what did you just singularly use last year. The recommendation in front of you today is to continue with the second of the proposed 3-year phase-in approach for the transportation rate. It's to increase the apportionment to 50%, up from 40% of the transportation revenue requirement, to an annual fixed basis to the fixed transportation rate. The volumetric-based transportation rate will be set to recover the remaining 50%. The two alternatives that you have is you can remain at the existing 40%, or the alternative 2 would be to jump to that year 3 of the phase-in, so going up to 60%. That concludes my presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Pierce, for that presentation. We'll move to questions and comments, and after questions and comments, then we'll entertain motion. But first, let's go through the questions and comments. Director Arendt?
Well, the good news is there's light at the end of the tunnel. The bad news is it's a train. It's a train that's going to hit the Water Authority in a very short period of time. I'm really hopeful that some of the issues that I raised back in 2019 might be addressed in the next 2 years. Now, what I've seen so far is an aversion to actually deal with the long-term fiscal stability of the Water Authority. What we've done is incremental changes, and I guess that's good. And the changes are not developing truly fixed revenues. All they're doing is shifting the cost of service around to other member agencies. So hopefully over the next 2 years, just as our trainer just talked about, is that when we come in this boardroom, we have to look for the best interests of the Water Authority and put our member agencies' interests secondary. So I'm hopeful I'll be a part of this process for a little bit. Hopefully the general managers can come up with a cohesive and cogent recommendation that deals with the long-term problems. We're facing a situation where it won't be too long before the Water Authority is delivering under 300,000 acre-feet of water a year, and we have obligations for 337,000 acre-feet. So we have some long-term issues, and that train's coming. We may forestall it and put it off, but it's coming, and it's going to hit. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Director Arendt. Director Leahy?
Thank you very much. I am not sure whether or not to take it personally, the timing of this GM retreat, but we can discuss that further later. I wanted to just touch on a couple of things. Thank you for the presentation, Pierce. We, as the MAR group, did have over 20 meetings, and we were nowhere near consensus. So not to rehash that conversation, but just wanted to remind you guys that as the representatives for our agencies, we were nowhere near consensus. The group that did separate, I would correct the like-minded term. I don't think we were like-minded in the sense that we all had the same idea. I would say that we all wanted to achieve the common goal of meeting the board's deadline to present an alternative by, I think it was January of 2024, to meet the calendar year 2025 rates and charges. So there wasn't a common goal, but there was no way were all of us that met like-minded. We all had very different ideas, and we all wanted to make sure that we were representing the wide variety of agencies that represent the Water Authority and our member agencies of this Water Authority, to make sure we were taking in the impacts of their to their system and their customers while developing these alternatives. So with that, I wanted to make sure and to address our general manager's comments on clear direction. I wanted to just make sure that we were providing clear direction as the board, because I've heard that there's comments on what we did or did not approve last year. So my intentions and what I voted for last year as the board representative for Oceanside was to implement phase 1 of the 3-phase approach, along with the items for consideration for implementing phase 2 and phase 3. I would like to make the motion to approve phase 2, the 50% fixed charges to transportation, but to be very clear, I want to make sure that that includes progress and the direction for the other items for consideration to staff and our general manager. So that would include, I'm just going to read them out. They're on slide or page 73 of our board packet if we need to reference that. It's the slide from the previous presentation provided by staff. So it's the additional considerations provided by the subgroup, items for consideration to implement phase 2 and 3 of the increase in fixed revenues. These items will have impacts to rate categories. 1 was settlement of Met litigation. 2, focus on core responsibilities of the Water Authority, specifically ensuring the facilities master plan evaluates all aspects of CIP and not limited to the 14 projects that address system optimization, system resiliency, and operational flexibility. Analyze and prioritize all CIP that are allocated to customer service. Number 3, contract for the sale/transfer of QSA and desal supplies, specifically determine which rate category revenue or cost savings from the sale of QSA desal water supplies will be allocated. Number 4, improve demand forecasting methodology to be based on member agency demand forecasts, which we've discussed, but overhaul of the rate structure should consider demand projections out to 2040 with analysis done in 5-year increments, i.e. 2025, 2030, 2035, and 2040. I'm almost done, sorry. Number 5, pay off existing debt. The current debt service schedule has a significant decrease in payments in mid-2030, which aligns with the decrease of CWA demands from phase 2 of Pure Water Oceanside, or Pure Water San Diego, sorry. Amend the debt policy to not allow extending repayment terms when refinancing, and I'll add specifically to the short-term debt. Number 6, complete a comprehensive rate structure review by December 2027 or feasible date, which I believe our general manager addressed. And then number 7 was pursue low-income assistance programs funding at state level as policy consideration. So while that is a lot, that would be my motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
May I
Yes, John, go
make a suggestion? And we won't be able to put all of that, of course, into a motion. So let me suggest that we reference that in some consolidated form, and that maybe we can make sure that everyone is comfortable with that. But I also wanted to put into the record what I suggested that we do, and come back in terms of directing the general manager to return to the board based on the MAR rate group recommendation that we can paraphrase in some form, and return with a timeline and policy positions going forward for the board's further consideration. Something to that effect. I think that if there's affirmative vote on this in committee and it goes to the full board, we can clean up all of that language.
Thank you. I would be supportive of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Leahy. Just real quick, and I would like to just double check with our General Counsel Edwards. So I would like to hear all the discussions and comments and then come back to the motion, if that's all right.
It's your prerogative.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you so much, Director Leahy. We have Director Vespi and then Director Acosta.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Pierce. Appreciate some of the history on how we got to this point, even though it's a little painful to think about how long we've all been at this. Generally, I think there's lots of us that are aware that the city, myself, representing the city, participated in the subgroup of MAR that developed this recommendation of moving towards fixed revenue from transportation or for transportation, and we're generally still supportive of that. Our preference would be to see how the move from 40% to 50% impacts the overall cost of service study. Our preference would be to not necessarily take action today to set just down one course for the cost of service study, but rather have both scenarios, staying at 40%, moving to 50%, both presented in the overall cost of service study. I think it'd be nice to see, kind of to your comments in your presentation about making decisions in a vacuum, making this decision now in advance of the complete cost of service study, which is really right around the corner in the scheme of things. That would have been my preference. But given, I think, where we are, I think generally we'd be supportive. Also supportive of Director Leahy's comments around the additional considerations, including those in the motion to make sure that we continue to make progress on all of those items. So thanks again for the presentation, and I'll conclude my comments there.
Thank you, Dr. Vespi. Dr. Acosta?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, and to my colleagues for the comments. I know they may seem different, but I actually like both of them. I'm generally supportive, just like Dr. Vespi said, but I also like these additional considerations, and I do think it's possible to just refer to the slide in the motion to include it all, so we don't have to paraphrase. We could just refer to. But I want to remain open-minded. I know there's a lot of questions. We've got a really difficult problem. We have a real structural issue here, and we've got a lot of different ideas that we're banding about to solve them. So thank you for the hard work, and I'm remaining open-minded but supportive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Director Ray?
Thank you. Pierce, thank you for the presentation, and I also would like to thank the members of the MAR work group. I know that was a really heavy lift, and I appreciate that. Despite what it meant for my district. I'm curious if you could go back to slide 58, please. I'm trying to wrap my head around the variance percentages, how you came up with that, because when I do the calculation in 2025, my fixed costs went up 56%, second only to Sweetwater, which I believe was 64% when I did the calculation. And if I do another 10%, that's another $100,000, which is 25%, not 1 point. You have there for my district 1.1%. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around the percentages that you gave. And then finally, to Director Arant's comment, you know, we're just putting things in different buckets and pushing things around. I think that we really need to look at a truly fixed revenue, because all of these fixed costs are based on volumetric sales. And as costs go up, sales are going to go down. Being a 97% agricultural district, pretty sure mine are going to drop drastically next year. So I think that we really need to look at a truly fixed cost revenue source and not just pushing things around into different buckets and adding on more fixed costs to other agencies.
Yeah, so thank you for your comment. And in terms of the impact here, it's really just about, so what we did is, rather than your share of the fixed charge for 2025's revenue requirement, there's, I think it was $77 million for the transportation charge. What if we just increase that? So it was relative to the number that's already in calendar 25. It wasn't the increase from 24 to 25. And so I think there were two things going on last year with the rate adjustment. One was a increase on the transportation rate because we've been under collecting on transportation. That saw a large revenue requirement increase, or a large rate increase associated with the rate volatility that we've had in the past. So that's where you saw the majority of the rate adjustment, was because of that component, along with some of the other charges, if you recall, moving from a 3-year rolling average to a 7, or 5 to a 7. So from a transportation alone perspective, you would expect much more in what's shown up on the screen in terms of a smaller impact purely on, apples to apples for transportation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have Director Castaneda and then Dr. Freehoff.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Madam Chair. I'm not a member of the committee, but I thank you for the opportunity. So can you go back to the, and Pierce, thank you very much for your explanation, the presentation. Can you go back to the slide that showed the distribution of additional costs based on an affirmative decision on this? As you can tell, Sweetwater looks to take at least among the highest hits in terms of extra costs. And so this is tantamount to fiscal policy by the Water Authority. And what you're doing is you're dissuading and you're disincentivizing, if that's a word, the development of local supplies. So basically, Sweetwater has done a very good job to develop our own supplies and to remove the impact of our dependence on imported supplies, which I kind of thought was the goal. At least that's what I've heard. So we're kind of going in the wrong direction here. The other issue is, as we see more agencies move towards their own local supply, that chart is going to change dramatically, particularly as it relates to the city of San Diego. And the fact of the matter is that what we're not seeing is the true cost. We're seeing it today, but we're not seeing the true cost of what that ultimately is going to be at 50% or 60% or 70%, because that's going to be the next ask. And we have no guarantee that the volumetric rate is not still going to go through the roof. So I really am hesitant to support this until we start to see a little bit, and these points that were raised in the slide and by the MAR group, I think kind of get at it, but it's using pruning shears. We need to really look at reducing cost based on the fact that we're seeing our demand plummet. We can't continue to go on this rate, because I got to tell you, the majority of our customers are very low income, and they have no rate elasticity. They can't afford it. And the state of California, I don't see much movement in terms of affordability assistance on the water side. And I don't think we're going to see it. And so we have to continue to go back to our ratepayers time and again. And it's very hard to explain to a family who is worried about what's going on in Washington, D.C., is worried about their job, is worried about the safety of their neighborhood, and tell them that they have to pay higher water rates because they're using less water. And, you know, we know what the reality is, but I'm telling you what the human reality is. And we need to find a more equitable way to do this. And that's not by telling agencies, if you invest in your own supplies, you're going to pay more. And again, I just don't think that's equitable. I don't think that makes sense. I can't support this when it comes to the full board, and I hope we can do a better job. Thank you.
Director Freehoff?
Great, thank you. I'm also not a member of the committee, so I appreciate an opportunity to comment. And I do appreciate hearing everyone's comments. It's very helpful. And I know we're going to have some serious discussions here at the board. I do want to follow up with Dan's recommendation on simplifying kind of the work group situation, and I do support that. I think tapping into the member agency managers is an excellent idea. And you mentioned that you would go ahead and have a retreat, a series of meetings perhaps, and come back to the board with basically kind of what I'm guessing is sort of a schedule on how we're going to accomplish these things. So I'm just curious, a part of that motion, could we have some sort of deadline for you to come back to us on that? In general terms, I think that would be helpful. Is it, I'm just, is it 2 months? Is it a year? Is it, I know it's difficult to project, but I would appreciate having that. Thank you.
Yes, Director Freehoff, and I'm not saying this tongue-in-cheek because it's reality. A lot of that depends on the doodle poll results. We are trying to get this large group of folks together for that one day where I simply envision structuring this whole thing out. Two of the comments that resonated with me when I spoke with the GMs, one had to do with self-imposed deadlines, right? I think that you've heard some themes here in terms of we keep kicking the can, or things never occur, things change immediately in committee, whatever it is. So I think that what we, as we get together as GMs, will propose how long is it going to take us to get at least initially back to this board to develop a structure, policy recommendations to start noodling on with, I would anticipate, check-ins here and there. So maybe to directly answer your question, if you want to put a time on when we come back to the board, maybe give me 3 months. I hope it doesn't take that long. But we have to have that initial conversation and come forward with at least a consensus-based approach as to how we want to tackle this.
Thank you. Director Myers?
Yes, thank you. I'm not a member of this committee, but thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm also supportive of the general manager's approach of taking this to the general manager's group. I do want to make sure that during the process that there is some level of check-in by the group so that the directors on occasion will know what's going on and that we'll have some type of information as the process is going on. I think that is important that the directors get some input during the process as progress, major sticking points if there are any. At some point it's going to have to come to us, so for us to know what the process and what's happening over time would be helpful. I'm sure that's going to be part of what you'll be discussing with the group when your doodle poll gets you a date to be able to have that discussion. Getting to the motion that's on the floor right now, yes, there were a lot of meetings, and I can understand the productivity issues that are being raised, and again, I'm supportive of going to the general manager process. But when it comes to this particular motion and the increase of the transportation rate on the motion that's before us right now, those meetings did result in a consensus. Whether there were a lot of meetings, in this particular case, there was a group, there was a subgroup, there was a consensus to do this. I don't see a reason to delay this further and just have more study and wait for other studies to happen. I think that's been the problem to a large degree in terms of getting things done. So I think that we should move on this now. If I were on this committee, I would support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Director Croucher.
I was just wondering if we can get a list of who is representing each agency. If it's a special district, it's very simple as far as who the general manager is. With the different cities, it could be a different person representing them. So if we could just get a list of who represents each agency amongst that group.
Absolutely, Director Croucher, and I would just, the short answer that we will provide this in a list. Typically, the cities have their public utility director.
Perfect, thank you. And it's for us to know who's on it because a lot of that changes. It's dynamic. So just as we move on with different people, if we could have that list updated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any other additional questions or comments. Last chance, so forever hold your peace. I'm kidding. So let's move on towards making a motion. Do I have a motion to approve the MAR recommendation? And Director Leahy, I know you were putting a motion forward. If you can read that again or provide it to staff. I want to make sure folks know what they're voting for.
I would suggest you just reference the slide.
You don't want to hear me read it again? I moved away from what slide number it was. Give me a second, please. Thank you. My motion was approve phase 2 of the MAR recommendation to increase to 50% of the transportation revenue to be fixed, and including the outlined items on page 73 of the board packet, which outlines the conditions to move from phase 1 to 2 and 3. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do I have a second for that motion? All right, we have a Director Arant. Any comments from the General Manager before we vote?
Director Leahy, I believe at least part of that motion included directing the General Manager to come back to the board, right?
Yes, thank you.
With a timeline and process for the board's consideration on the rate structure and business model changes moving forward.
Yes, thank you, and Director Croucher's request as well.
And yes.
Thank you.
Well done. All right, let's go ahead and take a roll call.
Chair Abdullahi?
Yes.
Vice Chair Arant? Yes. Vice Chair Yamani?
No.
Directors Acosta?
Yes.
Boyd Hodgson?
Yes.
Croucher?
Yes.
Hilliker?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
Norman?
Yes.
Quaylen?
Yes.
Serrano?
Yes.
Vespi,
Yes.
Whitburn.
Yes.
Chair Abdullahi, the motion passes.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you everyone for your insightful comments and questions. And thank you so much for staff. I know it's a lot, taking a lot of these questions and then also the feedback constantly, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job. Thank you. Next, we will have Pierce Rossum take the lead on the next item with the discussion of existing financial policies.
Hello again. So this is a continuation of the presentation we gave last month in January, where we kind of opened with a review of all of our financial policies. There was a lot of really good discussion, some comments, some questions that we received from the committee, and so we wanted to bring that item back. There is no immediate action on this, but it is a presentation, so an action can always be made. As was mentioned by Board Chair Serrano, he mentioned a Venn diagram of kind of the balancing act of the decisions this board has. And it's really kind of the three elements that were mentioned were financial stability, infrastructure stability, and affordability. And while no definitions were provided, we took a stab at it in terms of financial stability being maintaining the finances and the costs at levels to support the organization and infrastructure while keeping rates smooth and predictable. There's always fluctuations year to year, but thinking kind of mid-long term, the goal is to always maintain that smoothness and that predictability. And while something might be more expensive short term, hopefully there's a good return on investment that we can move forward with and have that benefit. From an infrastructure standpoint, stability being supporting infrastructure to ensure reliability and water quality during normal and adverse conditions. And then affordability being the development of pricing and programs, so affordability programs, low income rates if available, those types of things, to minimize financial hardship of water service. That is certainly something that we all understand that this region wants to look at and wants to ensure that water service is there, but it's at the lowest reasonable cost possible. There's a lot to discuss, so we try to break it up here into kind of 5 key items. One item that was brought up was the idea of, can we merge the budget process, that's a 2-year process, with the rate setting process that's done annually. The next item is a AA rating target by the board. What does that mean? Where do we kind of land amongst other agencies with metrics? Clarity on debt refunding and restructuring language. We do have a red line version of our financial policy and disclosure policy as part of the board packet. That's simply there for review. We're not adopting that today, but it's simply to give this board an opportunity to see in full transparency what we're thinking of doing when we do bring that to the board. Talking about financial metrics, there's a number of items. And then finally, bifurcation of the rate stabilization fund. There was a really good comment in terms of the rate stabilization fund serves a dual role. Can we kind of separate that out? Because sometimes it's difficult to understand if we have money in the reserve, why we can't use that reserve for rate stabilization. So the first element being an adoption of a multi-year rate increase. We've put some preliminary thoughts. This was also something that was brought forward in the MAR process. And it didn't move beyond the MAR process. But the idea here would be to do a 2-year rate setting process. I know everyone loves to come here every March through June and talk rates and charges, but this would provide a longer roadmap for all to kind of understand that kind of 2-year window rather than annual rate setting process. The challenges with that, while it would for the most part align with the budget, a 2-year rate schedule, that year 2, similar to how other agencies may do a longer 3-year or 5-year rate schedule, there have to be built-in conservative factors that make it so if you're projecting out in the future, there's more risk, there's more uncertainty. So in order to make sure you're going to hit that dollar, you need to raise rates, and that might lead to higher rates in the short term rather than the lowest rate possible in the near term. Existing financial policies, so everything we're talking about, are really developed around the flexibility that an annual rate setting process provides. If we're wrong in 1 year, hey, next year we're back at it and we're going to be there. If we overcollect, hey, we're back at it and we can have discussions on, do we do a defeasance? What do we do with that overcollection? But there will be a lot of ideas that we need to flesh out, continue to discuss, really in terms of the 2-year window. If we're trying to align it, are we aligning it on a fiscal year basis, which would be a shift from the existing calendar year process, right? When the budget gets adopted for fiscal 26, when that would get adopted in June, that budget is effective July 1. My rates wouldn't be implemented until calendar 26, so there's a 6-month kind of window, and so there's always a question of, is it a 2-year fiscal year window or a 2-year calendar year window, and then what would that have downstream in terms of your member agencies and implementing that for your 218s. There was a request for an agency metric comparison. We've shared this information from time to time over the last several years, but this is kind of the most recent review from Fitch. What you see on the left-hand side in kind of the blue boxes are a number of metrics for a median AAA rated agency under Fitch, AA and single A. You see in the green column, that's the Water Authority. So you see a number of items. I've bolded the ones that are typically ones that we discuss. We don't discuss capital as a percent of depreciation, but we do talk about coverage and days of cash and leverage. So those items have been highlighted. And then you see some of the other agencies, whether they're peers or just kind of always top of mind in terms of kind of other large agencies. We've included Metropolitan, City of San Diego, the water utility only, LA DWP, and East Bay Mud, just their water component. And you can see that for the most part, when you look across the metrics, the Water Authority amongst those agencies, despite being rated amongst the top in terms of a AA+, by Fitch, we have some of the lowest metrics related to that for FY24. MWD typically has much higher metrics than are shown right now, but they had a very rough year in terms of water sales and high expenses, taking the water and not being able to deliver it. And so they actually fell below Fitch's 1 times coverage for full coverage. Another item that's in the board packet in terms of financial policies was to help clarify some of the understanding in terms of our refunding versus restructuring policies. Refunding typically talks about long-term debt. Restructuring might be something more on the short-term side of things that we're doing. We have a much more fleshed out policy in terms of the refunding. When can we go to a refunding? What's the refunding savings limit that we want to exceed? What this policy, what the red lines really show is it clarifies that we already do a lot of restructuring with the short-term debt with the commercial paper program, but it just provides more transparency, memorializes what this board often does as it reflects to the short-term debt. So that's extending the letter of credits, restructuring letter of credits to an alternative short-term vehicle, and then even looking to fix out the short-term debt into a long-term vehicle. So just added clarity and transparency based on the comments that we've received, and that will help the disclosure policy and make all of that much more clear in the future. When we talk about the debt, Lisa Marie mentioned kind of $2.1 billion of debt. The majority of that is long-term debt. And we've seen this debt stack time and time again. It also includes our anticipated FY26 issue. And so that's kind of the top bar that you see. what sometimes doesn't get discussed, it's in the controller's report, it's in the financial documents, of course, but is our
water and planning. As we've discussed the items on the agenda today, I'll be calling on directors who raise their hands to speak. Please limit your comments to the matters not already addressed and state your points when you have a chance to speak. Suzanne, can you call the roll, please?
Chair Miller,
Here.
Vice Chair Freehoff,
Here.
Vice Chair Vespi, Directors Castaneda,
Yes, here.
Coates Hedberg, Lines, Macedo, Myers,
Here.
Paul,
Yes, President.
Roback,
Present.
Scalzitti,
Here.
Wall, Supervisor Desmond. Chair Miller, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you. For today's chair report, I'm going to provide a high-level overview of the draft Water Planning and Environmental Committee work plan, which starts on page 173 of the board packet. The work plan covers calendar years 25 and 26. Please turn to slide 2. Highlights of our draft work plan include the review and consider approval of the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan. Next slide. To review and consider approval of the Water Facilities Master Plan. And slide 4, to review and consider adoption of the California Environmental Quality Act documents. Please review the entire draft work plan and provide any comments and suggestions to me or to Jeff Stevenson in Water Resources by March 10. The work plan will be presented next month as an action item for adoption. Are there any director's comments from my vice chairs, Dana and Matt? Anybody else? I don't see any. We do not have any items on the consent calendar. However, we have some discussion items, and we're going to move item 3 up to item 1. That is a discussion on the water garden. I believe we have a presenter. Jeff? Jeff, would you like to introduce our presenter?
Thank you, Chair Miller. Today we have from the Water Conservation Garden, Lauren Magnuson. She's going to give a presentation on what's been happening at the garden, and I'll turn it over to Lauren.
Thank you very much. Hello, Board. Thank you for having me. Can you fix it? Thank you. That's great. I'm happy to be here and report back on the Water Conservation Garden. So thank you again for having me. I've been wanting to come for a while. I have been visiting quite a few of the water districts throughout the past few months. So to have a mid-year report to give to you, I'm very excited about that. So delivering safe and reliable water supplies to San Diego County, I know, is the mission of the San Diego County Water Authority. And we do have about 3.3 million residents, and the garden has a place in that mission. Education is a huge demand in San Diego County, and we do have the supply for that. So throughout this past year, we've been really working to not only prove to ourselves, but to prove to everyone how viable and important the Water Conservation Garden is. So one thing I just wanted to mention is that for your 75 years, we've been 25 years of that. The Water Conservation Garden has been serving the community. And we just had our 25th birthday. We had it in May of last year, but due to some complications, we could not celebrate in May. So we decided to celebrate in November. And during that time, we saw over 1,600 people in attendance at the Water Conservation Garden. The Grossmont-Cuyamaca Community College District, our JPA, non-JPA water districts, and over 30 community partners participated at the Water Conservation Garden, bringing education to the community. And we had a lot of coverage by CBS, KPBS, local news sources, highlighting the garden as an educational resource for the community on sustainability and water-wise plants in Southern California. This past week, on February 22nd, we were awarded the Environmental Sustainability Award from the East County Chamber of Commerce at the East County Honors Gala. We were very proud to receive that honor this past week and to show the community how much we're invested in sustainability and how much that the Water Conservation Garden and the County Water Authority is invested in sustainability. So I started at the Water Conservation Garden back in 2014. I've actually worked at the Water Conservation Garden for 10 years. I've been on the education portion of that, and this past year I stepped into the executive role to help with a huge transition. So when I started in 2014, at that point we did have contracts with Alevenheim, Padre Dam, Carlsbad. We were reaching out into the community about education. And when the desalination plant finished in 2015, that was one of the key education focuses that I had as an educator, going to schools and educating the teachers and the students and the chaperones and everyone about water quality here in San Diego and what the County Water Authority is doing to make sure that we have the proper water resources. So that was a big part of information that we've brought to the community. And so I just wanted to show you some pictures from the 25th anniversary. We tend to have a lot of events here at the Water Conservation Garden that bring people. It was a free event for the community. We intend on having 2 more this year. We have Tomato Mania coming up next week on the 7th and the 8th, which is a great event for the Water Conservation Garden because it brings in a lot of revenue, it brings in a lot of community members, and we're also going to have the County Water Authority there with a table, as well as Sweetwater Authority will have their entire board there tabling and talking to their constituents. So at these events, we really focus on membership for the garden. This used to be a free public garden prior to the pandemic, but in 2021, at the end of 2021, the garden became a paid garden to help with facilities, to help with our operations, and to make sure that we could continue to work to bring more revenue into the garden. So right now, according to our database, we have over 35 districts that are represented amongst our members. And right now we have 2,337 members of the Water Conservation Garden that continuously give us monetary support, as well as sharing the information that we have. So over the past 3 years, since we started charging and having these memberships and giving reciprocal admission, which in your packets that were handed out, these are for you to give to people in your community. It's free tickets to the garden, information about our workshops, brochures about our events and our programs, magnets from the 25th anniversary. These are all for you to give out to people to encourage them to come to the Water Conservation Garden. But membership has brought in over $200,000 for the Water Conservation Garden, which, breaking it down, is about $73,000 a year. We're very proud to say right now for this year, we've already brought in close to $59,000 in memberships. And what these memberships do for the garden is they give us continuous support, but they also receive a lot. They receive nursery discounts, discounts for event rentals, which is a huge part of the garden's revenue because we're trying to mitigate that loss for the water districts that are having to pay the dues. But also in those packets, you'll see program information about workshops. Workshops that are free for the community that we have contracted with people like the San Diego County Watershed Protection Program. So these 10 workshops, we receive the revenue, we give these programs for free for the community. We receive $2,500 per workshop. And that's quite a significant increase for us. We have a contract this year, and we already have one that is maintained for next year as well. So these two are already in. So 2025 will end that contract, but we know we'll continue to work with the County Watershed Program, bringing more information to individuals. But as far as education and community engagement go, right now we are in a rebuilding phase at the Water Conservation Garden. I'm sure all of you are aware of where we stood last February, and where we are now supersedes expectations. People cannot believe. I think some of our board was even very pleasantly surprised to see where we were a year from now. And this was with a minimal budget. This is with minimal staff, and this is with huge community engagement and volunteers. So currently, we're trying to rebuild those education programs, and we've hired a bilingual community programs coordinator. She's helping with our youth workshops, our adult workshops, our community planning, and our outreach to make sure that we reach all of the members of the San Diego County Water Authority. One thing that we've really seen an increase over the last 6 months is garden tours. Just recently, we had the California Waterworks visit the Water Conservation Garden. We had about 40 people come for a tour at the Water Conservation Garden, and this is from LA to Riverside, Irvine, Menifee, and beyond, and locally. We had them come here because they're learning how they can create something like this in other parts of Southern California. So we are a pilot garden that is teaching other water districts what they can do. So you are a part of a pilot garden that has a lot to do with our education. We also had the American Waterworks Association, and the Women in Water Symposium is happening in March, and a part of that will be held at the Water Conservation Garden. So we're a destination for people in the waterworks industry to see what we're doing and how we're doing it efficiently. As far as our events and providing revenue and education for the garden, I already mentioned our free community workshops and how those are moving into the fiscal year 26. Those are guaranteed contracts for us, but we also have volunteers. We have almost 100 volunteers, and they are from all walks of life: teachers, librarians, former waterworks professionals, lawyers, when it comes to landscape professionals, to engineers. We have a wide variety of volunteers that are all offering their skills at the Water Conservation Garden, whether it's teaching a program, whether it is being a part of our accessioning team, which is data and categorizing all the plants that we have at the Water Conservation Garden, or whether it's having to do with design at the garden. Our volunteers are a huge part of that, as well as monetary donations. So for us, the events are a huge part of the Water Conservation Garden to bring the garden together. Like I said, we have Tomato Mania, and this isn't just an event for the community, it's something that we actually get revenue from as well. So Tomato Mania is based in Ojai, California, and they go to many nurseries around Southern California, but East County is the only one that holds the Tomato Mania event in that area. And so for us, we receive 20% of the proceeds. So every year, we receive roughly between $4,000 and $5,000 just from that event alone, from the sales. But then we're also looking at our membership and our gift shop and our plants. But then again, we're going to have the San Diego County Water Authority there tabling, so you can reach out to your ratepayers and answer questions, because right now people have a lot of questions. They have questions about the rate hikes, they have questions about fires, they have questions about plants, and we're offering a space for them to come and find those answers. Moving back to our volunteers, not only are they ambassadors, but they're also ratepayers. We have about 5,000 hours logged so far for the fiscal year. And really that's the equivalent to 2 full-time employees working about 2,080 hours annually, or 3 full-time employees at the 1,700 hours. So what that does is that saves a lot of revenue for you. That way you can put your money towards more education programs, and we can swallow that on our end. So for us, it really saves about $83,000 in the annual budget for maintenance. And the garden is almost 6 acres, and it takes a lot of maintenance. So for our volunteers to consistently do this, we try to provide for them as much as we can. But we also have special groups that support the garden. Right now we have 10 special need volunteers that come, and what they do is they actually work through the garden, they clean the trails, they clean the brush, but they also are a part of our community, and we offer them a space where they can grow as individuals, and we offer free access for them. We're working right now with the VA to help with their programs as well. So I wanted to put in this report just a few graphs to kind of look at where the garden's revenue has come from the beginning of July. And we did have a large donation from a volunteer who has been there for about 15 years. Her name is Maggie Barnett. And she did donate quite a bit, $100,000 to the garden, because she was so impressed with the direction that we're going, the community work that we're doing, and that our JPA members were behind us and supporting us. So you do see a spike for that in January, but we are consistent, if not exceeding expectations for revenue, because of the supply and demand for what we offer at the Water Conservation Garden. We're looking forward to more work with volunteers. We've also opened a new Fidelity stock and training account, because a lot of our volunteers would like to transfer stock over to the garden, as well as an endowment for the Water Conservation Garden. If you go to the next slide, you can see that we're constantly trying to keep ourselves below our expenses, our budgeted expenses, and so far we're doing a really great job. You see a little bit of a spike in January for us. We finally have 3 full-time people and 3 part-time people which gives us 6 actual staff members at our 6-acre garden, as opposed to before when we had 18 staff members working in the water conservation garden. So you can see the importance of the volunteers, but also you can see the importance of proper management. Moving on to additional ongoing support for the garden and the community. The previous operators were the Friends of the Water Conservation Garden, and as the Water Authority is probably aware, they did file for bankruptcy and are no longer operators of the garden. But with that happening, they have handed over their endowment to the Water Conservation Garden Authority. So now we have created an endowment with San Diego Foundation that holds 2 endowments that are beneficial towards the ongoing support of the Water Conservation Garden. The Friends of the Water Conservation Garden and the Sam Sicati Fund, which is a private foundation. He was the 2nd president of Cuyamaca College, and he has redirected his funds, he's unfrozen his funds, back towards the Water Conservation Garden after seeing what we've accomplished over this past year. So that is a guaranteed revenue for us for operating of around $26,000 to $28,000 each year that we know will be consistent in March. In April, or March and October, split between those 2 months. If you move on, thank you. Now this comes to the reason that I'm here, and I know previously some directors have come here only when it feels like they're asking for money. I'm not asking for money, I'm asking for support, continued support that you're already giving to the Water Conservation Garden, because the benefits to the San Diego County Water Authority are huge. So we provide resources for all water districts with information, district events, district representative meet and greets that we would like to hold in the future, education to the public and landscaping practices that use water efficiently, an essential element of the strategy of all of the California mandates. But programs and resources we offer to our community. Thousands of school children over the last 25 years have visited. It is a destination in East County. We are #1 on TripAdvisor for East County. We're very proud of that. But in addition to the direct benefits, the JPA support of the water conservation in turn, it supports the local economy in that area of San Diego. But we offer composting classes, rain barrel pickup. It's not just about water efficiency and gardening. We have a wide array of programs that we offer, and now it's become a special meeting place. The Fire Safety Council has made this their annual meeting place, along with other organizations that want to work with the Water Conservation Garden. So please use us as a tool in your toolbox for what you need to get to the community, because right now, in the landscape of what's going on in this world, a lot of people are looking for a funnel of information, and we are a perfect place for that funnel because it's safe, it's reliable, and it's beautiful. Another part to mention is connecting the San Diego County Water Authority and your ratepayers. So we do offer year-round access to ratepayers with our Spring Garden and Butterfly Festival coming up on May 3rd, our fall plant sales and Tomato Mania, but also free entry on the second Friday of every month, which we've engaged water districts to come and speak to our ratepayers and our members that are coming to the garden. The partnerships with the Solana Center and the San Diego County Watershed Protection Program. We offer free electric cart tours to accommodate individuals with mobility challenges so they can also enjoy the garden. It's a rental venue available for meetings, events, weddings, celebration, local groups. We have 50 exhibits with over 1,600 drought-tolerant plants that are currently being categorized. And our educational exhibits from irrigation technology to gray water technology, native habitats, Firewise landscaping, and more. Now, I know that there's been discussion on, well, we can just hand the garden over to the college. That is not as simple as it might sound, because this is something that takes a lot of planning from the Grossmont Cuyamaca Community College District. Also, they are not in the business of water. They are in higher education. So I just wanted the San Diego County Water Authority to be aware of the changes for the community were this garden to be handed over to the district. So community access will be reduced, possibly limited to weekends only. The garden will be closed 3 to 4 days a week for college instruction. This particular garden will no longer serve as a destination for sustainability and water education, but will be repurposed for the district's programs and departments to align with the district's mission of higher education. We do expect a decline in volunteers because they come during the week to make sure this area is appropriate and well maintenance. but also members, people that support the garden monetarily and are a part of the membership program that we spoke about. They no longer will have year-round access to the garden. They will no longer have reciprocal admission to 360 gardens nationwide. They will no longer have discounts at partner nurseries, the reduced rates for renting the garden and event spaces, and also our members will no longer receive monthly water rebate updates to our 12,000 email subscribers, 6,000 Facebook followers, and 6,000 Instagram followers, as we constantly are updating our marketing. So the garden, the one part about this that I think hits hard in my heart is that the garden will no longer serve as a destination for water sustainability and education in Southern California, and that'll impact its 25 years of what the purpose of the garden was for. So as a staff member of the garden, as a volunteer of the garden, I'm here to answer any questions that you might have about the current operations. This past year has been a growing year for the garden, but we have superseded what we thought we could do because of community engagement, because of proper leadership, and because of a very active JPA board. So I would like to ask the County Water Authority to please continue your support of the Water Conservation Garden because it is an important part of our community. So I'll gladly answer any questions that you might have or do my best to answer.
Okay, thanks, Lauren. It's
Thank you.
heartening that we have somebody as enthusiastic as yourself over there to support the garden. For the newbies on the board, and to refresh your memory, last summer we had a vote to give notice, because we're required to give 1 year's notice if we're just going to change our participation. So last July we gave the garden our 1 year notice that we were no longer going to participate in funding the garden. This last year we contributed in the neighborhood of $150,000 for our share of the garden, and I put this on the agenda so that we could have a discussion on it, because June is coming up rather quickly on whether we're going to reconsider our membership or whether we're going to proceed with pulling out of our membership. So at this point, I'm inviting conversation on it, and my first speaker is Kathleen Coates Hedberg.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our wonderful Executive Director, Lauren Magnuson, on the great presentation. In fact, there was quite a few things that I was going to mention that she covered so well. I would not want to interrupt that, but thank you, Chair, for mentioning and bringing up, yes, we all the JPA members a year ago, we put in our letter to withdraw because we did not know if we were going to make it. We did not know because we had some challenges and we had to take a pause at the garden, take a pause and re-govern, rehire people, and create a budget that was a lot different than the budgets beforehand. And so, you know, this state of transition, we all didn't know. And so we didn't know if we were going to be giving it to the garden to the Cuyamaca. But I can tell you with enthusiasm and with the presentation that was just given, we did a great job with the minimal budget, with 3 full-time and 3 part-time, and over hundreds of volunteers and volunteer hours. We have been shining better than ever. And, you know, I think you all realize that after seeing this is, yes, this garden is our garden. You know, we've been around for over 25 years and we've grown together, and we are a beautiful asset, and we are that great tool in the toolbox that we can showcase to anyone in the whole, you know, world about how we have this water-wise garden and what we've done for San Diego County. A lot of you guys know we were in a crisis 25 years ago, but now we're great on the water issues, but we've changed now to more sustainability issues. And you know, we have more classes, from composting trash to having fire safe property classes. And it's also an opportunity for us to just have this location to have people better understand what San Diego County Water Authority is and how it operates. So, it is a beautiful event for community events, chamber events, the Women in Water events, and is often a tour stop as a showcase for other agencies in the state. So, I am now the new president of the board on the Water Conservation Garden, and I plan to work with this board to continue to run the garden on a reduced budget, and we are looking to expand into other environmental areas and long-term sponsors. So we want to make the garden sustainable and make you all proud. So thank you for your support.
Thanks,
That's all.
Kathleen. Director Scalzetti.
Thank you for letting me speak. And these two did a pretty good job of explaining, the momentum I think the Gardens has right now. We were in a bad spot, and I appreciate, Lauren, the amount of work and enthusiasm and leadership that you provided towards this. I was really doubtful that it would ever come back, but I think your vision of changing the scope of just water efficiency or water conservation into a bigger, scope that everybody can relate to, because times change and things change. So now everybody's on fire watch. Everybody has recycling issues that we need to understand. So opening up that, I think it'll really help the region, help the Water Authority send different messages, and other agencies that need to send different messages also. Also, I would like to note that our General Manager, Mr. Brian Only over there, has been doing a lot of work trying to kind of compose a budget that's sustainable. Everybody's tightened their belt. They're doing a lot more with volunteers, which I think this is what's going to be the future of this garden. And we're still not out of the hole all the way. We're still on life support, and my recommendation would be to keep supporting it. Even if we go 1 year at a time, we decide to do one more year and still give that notice if we have to for 1 year. But I think it's worth the momentum that we have now, and kind of change who we were and into what we're going to be for the next at least decades or phase, as the water industry does change every 10 years. So thank you for your presentation, and I would appreciate all the support for at least one more year through my colleagues. Thank you.
Thanks, Joel. Director Paul.
Thank you. I don't see a reason to reconsider the vote that was already taken. I'd really rather not support this. He talked about tightening belts. I think it's time for the Water Authority to tighten their belt as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Director Norman.
Thank you, Chair Miller. I'm not a member of the committee, but I have been a longtime supporter of the Water Conservation Garden. It helped me to begin my whole pursuit of how we are sustainable here, or need to be more sustainable here in San Diego, both because of the gardening aspects, but really the broader philosophy of that we are part of a region, that we share resources, and the kind of commitment that the garden has had to education, not just of the children in the schools. And I'm not a kid person, but anyway, I do have a lot of support because of what our adults need to understand, and they need a demonstration garden that is forward thinking, doesn't just become old kinds of plants that maybe aren't even sustainable, let alone what might else be introduced into our changing environment. Our partnership needs to include the landscape growers, as well as those who maintain gardens and help our citizens to do what they can to be more efficient with the use of water. But it's all, as you all know, it's part of a bigger ecosystem, and I think the water conservation is so important regionally. It's the only place I know of to refer people to really get some visual as well as informative kind of resources to help us be the best quality of life and the best environment here in San Diego. Thank you.
Thanks, Francis. Director Heidemann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Lauren, for your presentation. I'm glad to see that you are enthused and things are coming together. I had a couple questions. I don't know if it's for staff, but as Director Hedberg referenced, that all of the participating agencies had tendered their, one-year termination letter. So is that in fact the case?
Yes.
I can't speak to the other agencies, but we did.
Okay.
Yes, that is the case.
Yes. So what I'm trying to get to is that, the first question I have is, will this be scheduled in June to make a decision about whether to change that, or will this, how do we, if there's an interest from the board to unwind what we've done, what are the mechanics for that?
Yeah, thank you for that, Director Heidemann. I was going to comment once all of the board director comments were heard. It's currently not in the Water Authority's budget going forward. Based on the board direction, it has been zeroed out. If there is direction from this board to do something different, as you suggest, continue for some period of time, that'll be part of the budget process.
Okay. And then just how the program works. So does our proportion go up should other participating agencies fall off to make that whole? How does that work?
Yes. The pro rata share would be borne by the remaining members, according to the JPA.
If I can add to that, I think there might be some nuance that, I don't know, I hate to call you out, Brian, but I think that you have a little bit of insight into that. If you don't mind, Brian Olney, the general manager of Helix.
Sure, thank you, Dan. Yeah, so my name is Brian Olney. I'm the general manager with Helix Water District, and so I have taken over the role as the interim administrator of the gardens since the impact over a year ago. And so under the current agreement, under the Joint Powers Authority, there's a pro rata share from each of the the 5 JPA member agencies. Under the current agreement, if a member agency were to submit their resignation or withdrawal, they finalize that withdrawal, their remaining cost share based off whatever the approved budget would then just be reapportioned to the remaining agencies. However, since every agency has submitted a withdrawal letter just due to the fact that we had issues with the third-party contract operator, which have been resolved at this point, and now the JPA is operating the garden itself. We're currently looking, if everyone's going to continue, we're looking at making a short-term memorandum of understanding that would just reference that there's a fixed cost over the next couple of years while we make changes to that agreement based off the changes that have been made from a third-party contract operator to the Joint Powers Authority operating it itself, and then move forward under any changes or terms of that agreement once approved. So the fact that June is the time frame of when these letters were submitted and when they would have to be rescinded, we have a short window. So there's not enough time to do a full renegotiation of the agreement at this point in time. However, a memorandum of understanding could buy us the time to get through that while we continue to work through. So that is the current plan.
Understood. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, I guess from my point of view, I think that there's the educational piece. There's value in that, but I don't see how that's a core function of this wholesale water agency, and so that will be my position if this were to come back in June. So I appreciate the opportunity to comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks,
Mr.
Eric.
Chair, may I say something?
Yes, Lauren.
I just wanted to address the board just about the funding for the Water Conservation Garden. So this past year, we've been looking at different revenue options for the garden, and what had happened in the past with the Friends, there were some viable revenue options in there, and some of them come down to membership, events and education, and donations. And I just want to point out, we did have a minimal budget this year based on a lack of information that we had from the previous organization, but just for membership alone this year for the garden, we were budgeted for $39,300 for the fiscal year, and we've already hit $58,000 for the Water Conservation Garden, and we haven't had our 2 biggest events of the year. As far as education, we kept it minimal as well, just hitting maybe $10,000 this year when it comes to education and event rentals, and so far this year we're already at $18,000. And as far as donations goes, we kept that small as well at about 24,000, not knowing where we were going to be, and we're at 197,000 in donations. So for us, the revenue, we kept it small. We kept it under budget at around 84,000 for the garden, and we're already at 302,000 for the year. So we know that there's revenue out there, and we haven't even applied for grants. I've applied for one grant this year, and we received it for 15,000, another grant for 3,000, and that's something that we've held off on because we need that stability from the JPA in order to partner with other organizations. And there are many, many organizations that want to work with the Water Conservation Garden. So my job as the director is to work on that development, to go out and find those additional JPA members, supplemental JPA members, so the burden isn't all on the San Diego County Water Authority. But what we are asking is for support for the next year or the next 2 years, so we can get to that point where we can offset that cost to the water districts. And I know this is something that had happened in the past where we had an agreement with, I've had 4 directors at the garden, 2 directors ago, with Elisa Robertson, where there was a 5-year agreement to lower the dues every single year to basically the amount that we're at right now. So for us, I'm focusing on what that revenue and those partnerships are going to look like, so the cost isn't going to be on the Water Authority.
Okay, thanks, Lauren. Director Croucher.
I'll just make it simple for my point. If you haven't been to the garden, I would ask you, please go visit the garden. As you say that this isn't part of our core responsibility, as you say that the cost associated with it, if you want to look at something that the community and the residents, our ratepayers, everything, the volunteer hours are incredible. The site itself, as far as a value to our folks, to our core mission of conservation, even though conservation does impact us at times negatively on the small point as far as rates. The less water we sell, the more it impacts our rates. But at the same point in time, nature and not having water and not addressing conservation would be putting our head into the sand. All I ask is, as we move forward this towards June, that any director that's involved at this level for a regional basis, please go visit the garden. Just to put an hour aside of your day to walk around the garden, and then when you come back and vote on it one way or another, I'm fine with that once you've seen the garden and realize the value you get for it for the minimal cost that's associated. So that's my one ask to the fellow board of directors. Please go visit the garden and then make up your mind from what you see and what you benefit. And if you have the ability, bring one of your neighbors with you. Bring somebody that's influential in water with you. Go make an event of it. If you tell me ahead of time, I'll even meet you there and I'll buy you a sandwich or something and we can walk it together. I truly believe in it, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
And also, there's some tickets in the handouts today. So you've got tickets to bring you and your neighbor or friend with you.
And my business card, if you'd like a tour, I will happily give you a tour of the garden.
Thanks, Gary. I understand that we had 5 big agencies that were cooperating, and one of them was Sweetwater. Director Castaneda?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to go ahead. I'm not a member of this committee, so I don't want to, weigh in with my position on this. But I just want to sort of add to what General Manager Olney had described in terms of where the JPA is at least headed, and from Sweetwater's perspective, because I sit as the voting member representing Sweetwater on that JPA. It is correct. The current JPA agreement requires, the rest or whatever remaining agencies to pick up the added cost should someone leave. That's the case. What we are attempting to do with a memorandum of understanding is to cap that cost and basically not allow an escalator, not allow increases in JPA contribution should a member leave. It is possible that a member will leave. We've made it very clear that Sweetwater will not pay more we are looking at a 2-year window. And the importance of the 2 years is this. The college has demonstrated an interest in taking over the garden, but I think it's a full disclosure that the garden will look very different than it does today. Its public access will be limited significantly. It'll probably be just a weekend type of a thing, and its offerings will be decimated. But what the college has made it very clear is that they need some time to understand how that is going to transition. They need to, because it clearly is not in their budget now, they need to ramp up for that. So they've asked for a bit of a noticing period. They've asked for 2 years, but they will settle for a year. And again, whatever the decision of this board is, because I can tell you that if any one of the JPA agencies pulls out and Sweetwater's share goes up, we will exercise our right to withdraw from the JPA. We cannot afford to basically pay more than we're paying now. And I think what, if anything, in the sort of support of the current administration of the Water Garden, is that they've done exactly what the JPA asked the Water Garden to do several years ago. I sat on that committee with Deanna Verbeck that tried to transition the Water Garden over to more of a self-sustaining sort of an organization and an operation. That did not happen. But what we're seeing now under, the leadership of Lauren Magnuson and the stewardship of General Manager Olney, we're headed in that direction. I don't think that Sweetwater has got a blank check. In fact, I know they don't. And we're not interested in being a financial partner of this organization in perpetuity. But I think it is fair to ask that the college, if that is where this board wants to go in terms of divesting, will need a little bit of time. So whatever contribution the board may want to make, and again, I'm not making any recommendation. We have our own financial issues here. But the fact is that some grace period, I think, in line with Director Scalzetti's comments, I think is in order and warranted. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. I think from my perch up here, I look at our budget, and I certainly agree with Director Paul and Heidemann that our budget is tight enough as it is. I also am sympathetic to what Kathleen and what Joel and the others and Gary have said about the garden and being part of the garden all these years. We have five water agencies that are part of the party. I haven't heard anything from the city of San Diego whether they're willing to stay on or not. But I think this is an informational thing at this point. We'll make a decision down the line here. We will have to adjust our budget and put it back into budget, and that'll be one of our decisions to make. But I think there should be, if possible, some certainty on who's going to play. Obviously, Helix and Otay are willing to play, and Steve is indicating at the current rate that they would be willing to play along. We need to know if the city will, because if the city doesn't play, then everybody's costs, in theory at least, are going to go up. And maybe we want to play, but not at the same level that we are now. But I think this needs to get to a point in the next coming months to where we know what that picture looks like. I am certainly not interested in seeing the water authority's portion go higher along the lines of what Sweetwater is saying. I would rather see it go lower, but I think there needs to be, I put the challenge to Lauren and to her staff to come up with something more concrete on what the picture is. What is the financial picture? You're getting more donations, which we love, because I would love to see it supported by the community rather than us wholesalers and retailers to support it. But I think that we need a more definitive plan and a definitive idea who's going to be the players. If Sweetwater pulls out, City pulls out, our deal goes to 250. I'm not sure I could support that from my position, and I'm only one vote. But I see the pros and cons here. It's still our water garden. It still has value. And I also know that we've got a budget constraints that we have to deal with. So this is I brought this forward so we could all discuss it and we could all get an idea, because June is coming, and if we're going to stay in it, we need to come to that Fisher Cup bait moment where we stay in. But we also need to know who's willing to stay and who's willing to put up the financial. Maybe a new structure needs to be devised, but I would look forward to a plan coming forward in the next month or two. Vice Chair Hilliker, you have a comment?
Yes, real quick question. So we have 5 water districts that are obviously supporting it. Have you been going out to any industry around San Diego that might be connected to landscaping or any other thing like that that could potentially help give donations to the garden?
So that's for future plans and development. Right now, we're looking for stability, and we need to know where our operational fundings are going to be. That is a plan for the future. We have partnerships already with Sequan and some of the local casinos as well that are invested in the Water Conservation Garden. We're currently working on a budget for the following year, but before we do that, we need to know that letters will be rescinded and we will have that funding for the Water Conservation Garden to continue. But development is going to be a huge part of the plan moving forward, and I know that Director Hedberg plans to have a retreat with our board so we can talk about what the future of the garden is going to be. And that will include funding for grants and things of that nature, but that is a part of the development for the future.
What we need to see is a plan, a financial plan. If you were coming to the bank and you wanted financing, you would come in with your partners, your plans, your needs, and then we'll have something we can sink our teeth into. And like I said, maybe we're not at 150. Maybe we're at 75. Maybe Helix is greater. Maybe Sweetwater's less. But we need to see a plan so we know what we're voting on. So this was just informational. We're not having a vote today. This is for us to cogitate over the next month. And as our general manager says, this will be part of our budget process and our discussion in the next few months. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to say? Thank you, Lauren. It's good to have you, and it's good to see that you're bringing it back. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so the next item on our agenda is a presentation on the Water Authority's Water Storage Contingency Plan. An update to the plan is currently being prepared and will come to the committee for approval next year. This presentation is intended to provide a high-level overview of what is in the plan. I will call up our esteemed Jeff Stevenson to lead the discussion.
Thank you, Chair Miller. I'll be brief. I know it's just before lunch. A lot of you are probably wondering why we have a water shortage contingency plan when we have plenty of water. This is something we have to do for the state. And believe it or not, in 2021, the state made us implement and activate the plan, even though we had no water shortage. So this is something where we just want to daylight for the new board members. We'll be back in 2026 with adoption. And Ryan Jensen from Water Resources is going to give you his Reader's Digest version.
Okay, thanks, Jeff, for the introduction. Good afternoon, Chair Miller, members of the committee, and the board. My name is Ryan Jensen. I'm a senior water resources specialist in the Water Resources Department. As mentioned, today I'm going to be giving an overview of the Water Authority's Water Shortage Contingency Plan. I'm going to start with a brief history of its development and some of its activation periods, and then I'll go into some of our planned updates for the 2025 update. So to begin, what is the WSCP? It's a comprehensive drought planning document that serves as the region's guide for water shortage and drought management. The WSCP incorporates lessons learned from previous drought periods and ensures that the Water Authority and its member agencies continue to proactively plan for future supply shortages. So the California Water Code requires urban water suppliers with more than 3,000 connections or those that serve over 3,000 acre-feet per year to prepare WSCPs. The WSCP is reevaluated and updated every 5 years in coordination with the Urban Water Management Plan updates. However, the WSCP is a standalone document, and it can be updated at any time if the need arises. Updates to the document are typically based on lessons learned from previous drought periods, new statutory requirements, or changing local conditions. So this table here gives an overview of the current and previous versions of the plan, some of the key revisions that were made to the plan during their update, and activation periods for each version of the plan and whether or not supply allocations were implemented during the activation. So the Water Authority's Board of Directors first approved its first drought planning document in 2006, which was the Drought Management Plan, or DMP. A committee of member agency representatives convened over a 12-month period to develop a framework for the DMP and its supply allocation methodology. The primary purpose of this was to ensure that the member agencies would receive a similar level of service during a water supply allocation. The DMP was activated for the first time in 2007 in response to Metropolitan's announcement that they would withdraw water from storage reserves to meet demands. And the DMP was active for about 4 years and deactivated in 2011. Using lessons learned from the previous shortage period, the DMP's supply allocation methodology was updated in 2012, and the DMP was renamed the Water Shortage and Drought Response Plan, or the WSDRP. The plan was activated from 2014 to 2016 in response to the governor's declaration of a state of emergency due to severe drought conditions, as well as in response to drought response actions being considered at Metropolitan. The WSDRP was renamed the Water Shortage Contingency Plan in 2017 to be consistent with state requirements. Key components added to the WSCP included information on catastrophic water shortage planning, board-approved guidelines to manage carryover storage, and drought planning elements from the state's long-term framework document, Making Conservation a California Way of Life. Due to the advanced planning efforts of the Water Authority and its member agencies, there was a smooth transition into and out of water allocations during the first 2 activations of the plan. And as a result of the Water Authority's long-term investment in supply diversity and resiliency, supply allocations were avoided during the 3rd activation of the plan in 2021. So this is a table of the 10 sections that are included in the WSCP. And within those 10 sections, there's a summary of historical, regional, and statewide drought information and actions, a description of the process to evaluate regional annual water supply and demands, a list of shortage response triggers and actions that can be taken during drought conditions, an overview of the supply allocation methodology, and a description of the drought communication plan. So for the 2025 update, anticipated changes include the addition of historical drought information and lessons learned from the 2021 drought, and revisions to the shortage supply matrix in Section 5, which is shown here on the slide. So during water supply shortages, there's a variety of shortage response actions that can be utilized to reduce or eliminate shortages, which are shown in the columns on the shortage supply matrix. Actions available to the Water Authority are based on the severity of water shortage levels, and those actions can include reducing demand, increasing supply, or a combination of both. So an update to the levels is being evaluated to allow for additional flexibility in terms of which level is implemented and its appropriateness given local conditions. And this flexibility is important given that the state required all water suppliers to activate their WSCPs in 2021, even if there was no water supply shortage in some areas of California, like here in San Diego County. And in addition to increasing flexibility in the implementation of supply shortage levels, we are also considering a gradation in the actions available at each level in order to create more separation in actions available as shortage severity increases. So for next steps, the WSCP is currently being reviewed and updated internally, and it should be available for member agency review by this summer. And the final WSCP will be considered for board adoption in conjunction with the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan in mid-2026. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? I don't see anybody on the queue. Thanks for your report. You're off the hook. Due to the time, we're going to defer the water supply report. It's in your packet. I will say in closing that the State Water Project has increased its allocation to 35%. And for those that are not attuned to what that means, 50% allocation is 900,000 acre feet, which is what the Metropolitan is proposing to sell this year. So imagine that kind of budget when you're thinking of 1 million acre feet from the river and 1 million acre feet from the delta, but we only have 900,000 acre foot of sales. Talking about drought may not be in our vocabulary for a while, plus the fact we have 3.8 million acre feet of water in storage. So if there's anybody else, Dana, do you have anything you want to talk about? I don't see Matt.
Nope, not this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't see anybody on the queue. We're going to adjourn, and we're going to have lunch, and at 1:20 we will have LCO back up here. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Legislation and Public Outreach Committee meeting for Thursday, February 27th. I am Chair Valentin Macedo. We have one board member requesting to participate remotely. General Counsel Edwards, can you please make the announcement?
Yes, Director Yamani will be appearing remotely under the Just Cause exception in Government Code Section 54953. She is traveling on official business.
Thank you. Votes today will be taken by roll call vote. As we discuss items on the agenda, I will be calling on directors who push their speaker button. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state all your points when you have a chance to speak so we can move through our agenda. Media, can you please call the roll?
Chair Macedo,
Present.
Vice Chair Acosta, Vice Chair Ray,
Present.
Director Buckowitz,
Present.
Ike, Hilliker,
Here.
Katz,
Here.
Lines, Madaffer, Norman,
Here.
Whalen,
Here.
Steiner, Whitburn,
Here.
Yamane. Yamane. Chair, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you. Are there any requests for public comment?
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. Chair, I see none.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and move into the chair's report. I'm pleased to report that Public Affairs staff hosted 2 important events this month. The first one was a Citizens Water Academy alumni gathering that featured presentations about regional emergency preparedness and the City of Escondido's water recycling facility. A special thanks to Escondido's Utility Department for sharing about their program with nearly 60 academia alumni, and thanks to our staff for continuing to engage stakeholders in innovative ways. In addition, the Public Affairs team helped host the first ever tour of the region's water workforce development programs. The Water Authority partnered with Water Energy Education Alliance last week to provide educators and industry professionals from across Southern California with a firsthand view of San Diego County's effort to engage the next generation of water and energy workers. It's wonderful to see the Water Authority continue to show leadership in these important initiatives. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any directors with comments. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move into our first presentation, which will be the draft legislation and public outreach work plan. You can see the work plan starts on page 184 of this month's board packet. The work plan covers calendar years 2025 and 2026, and I will briefly cover some of the highlights. Next slide, please. First, consistent with previous work plans, reviewing and providing input, revising and considering approval of streamlined legislative policy guidelines that align with the interests of the Water Authority and its member agencies. Next slide, please. Next, engaging and collaborating with member agencies on legislative positions and advocacy priorities, along with outreach and education programs for our region. Next slide, please. Next, maintaining outreach programs that support board policies through a broad range of activities that include regular Citizens Water Academy events. And lastly, I'll highlight elevating the Water Authority's role in community by bringing people together to work on regional water issues, including affordability and reliability. Please review the draft work plan and provide any comments or suggestions by Monday, March 10th. And please provide any questions, comments, or suggestions to myself, Mike Lee in Public Affairs, Megan Quarles in Government Relations, or Assistant General Manager Jamie Bradford. The work plan will be presented next month as an action item for adoption. Okay, so with that, we'll move along for the first item on the agenda, the consent calendar. The consent agenda includes adopting positions on 5 bills, a support position on H.R. 831 relating to establishing an interest-bearing account for the non-federal contributions to the Lower Colorado River Multi-Species Conservation Program. S291, a companion bill to H.R. 831 relating to the Lower Colorado River Multi-Species Conservation Program, a support position on AB 259 relating to open meetings and teleconferences, a support position on AB 514 relating to emergency water supplies, and a support position on SB 72 relating to a California water plan and long-term water supply targets. All the bills are on the consent calendar portion of the agenda and are included because the policy issue and recommended positions are consistent with the board's previous adopted legislative policy guidelines.
I'll move approval. Katz.
Second, Acosta.
Okay. Thank you. We have a motion by Director Katz and a second by Director Acosta. Nydia, can you call the roll?
Chair Macedo,
Yes.
Vice Chair Acosta,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray,
Yes.
Director Buckowitz,
Yes.
Hilliker,
Yes.
Katz,
Yes.
Norman,
Yes.
Quaylen,
Yes.
Whitburn,
Yes.
Yamane. Chair, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Moving along, we have 2 action items, discussion, presentation items this month. Up first, Government Relations Manager Megan Quarles will provide a government relations update, followed by updates from our federal and state advocates.
Good afternoon. I'm going to start with a brief presentation and then I will hand it over virtually to our federal and state advocates. Wanted to start out on the federal side and just talk about a few things that we have been working on. As was noted during the Imported Water Committee, we worked with our federal lobbyists and our imported water staff to send a letter to Secretary Burgum on the Colorado River and post-2026 guidelines. This past week, Daniel and I were in D.C. with part of the Aqua D.C. conference, but also did separate meetings. And during those meetings, we discussed this letter, post-2026 guidelines, federal funding, and just kind of the lay of the land of different things that are happening in D.C. We had meetings with Senator Schiff's office, Congressman Levin's office, Congressman Valadeo's office, Congressman Isa's office, Senator Padilla's office, and the House Resources Committee Staff Director, Anik. A couple things I want to note from these meetings is I heard a lot about water storage and that being part of the California's, what I heard from our leaders, that they really are looking for California to have more water storage, and that's something they're looking at as they look at their different water package that's going to come out later in the year. Senator Padilla did discuss again his low-income household water rate assistance program. It has not been reintroduced yet, but he is still talking about it and I think plans to reintroduce that legislation. On the Colorado River, I will say from the meeting that we had with Anik, who works for the House Resources Committee, she did mention that come June or July, she thinks they will have an oversight hearing if there has not been more movement towards negotiating between the upper and lower basin. So she's going to keep working with us too and just communicating, and we'll make sure that we're keeping her updated on what we're doing. And Then we also talked about funding, of course, our favorite topic, and looking at what's going on. I know there's been a lot of angst over the last, couple of months with funding, and the funding holds was really interesting as we went into different offices that pretty much all the offices said, well, it's been very loud about the funding holds, which has made everybody a little bit really weary that every 4 years, if there's a new administration, these holds happen. So they don't feel that there should be, with programs, if you've already been awarded, that's going to come. It's just, this is the process as they're starting to make sure that all of the new staffing come in. Also on the Inflation Reduction Act funding and the IIJA funding, as far as when they're looking at reconciliation, they're kind of not talking about that funding, which means at this point it's not on the chopping block to be pulled back. So they're hoping that it will stay, that funding will stay. There probably will be some new parameters around that funding, but as far as like House committee staff was talking, they could see that funding will still be available. So that's good news for us. And, as we continue working through the next months, we're making sure with our federal team that we're really making sure that our priorities are going to be available for different funding opportunities. On the state side, we're also working with a few different groups on Prop 4 funding implementation and how we see the initial funding coming out. There is, on that funding, we do see the governor's office looking at pulling some other state budget funding because there's going to be Prop 4 funding. And so we are working with groups to urge the governor not to do that because we really needed this Proposition 4 funding to be on top of the normal state budget funding that we have, access to. So we're continuing to work closely on that. And then I wanted to mention a few state bills that I did not bring for position this month, but potentially will bring some of them next month. To start, I'm going to talk about 2 low-income water rate assistance bills. There is AB 532, and this is a CMUA sponsored bill that just allows agencies to develop a low-income water rate assistance program. There's really not a lot of meat to this bill because they're really trying to make sure that it would work for any agency. So it's really just allowing agencies to develop their programs and hopefully not run into any lawsuits when they're doing that. So this may be a bill that I bring back for support. Again, I don't think it's going to move the needle much as far as low-income rate assistance because it's really, there's still that funding piece that is missing that, we've been looking for a long time. And then SB 350, which is a Durazo bill, and it's sponsored by the Community Water Center. This is a state-ran water rate assistance program that would be based off of an allocation from the state budget to the State Water Board that would then administer the program. It would be agencies to self-certify customers saying that they are low income. There's still more details coming out on this bill. I do see some issues with it. And again, there's really not a funding source because I don't see the state budget allocating money to the state board for this program right now. And then another bill that we're watching is AB 269, which is a dam safety and climate resilience assistance program. This bill would allow the funding that was created just a few years ago for dam rehab and rehabilitation to also be used for dam removal. There are a lot of agencies that are opposed to this because there are already other funding sources for dam removal. However, there are not a lot of other sources at all for dam safety and rehabilitation. So really want to make sure that this program stays for what it was intended to be. And then the last bill that I wanted to bring up, and I'm hoping to get some input from the committee on whether you would like me to bring this back, is AB 523, which is a bill sponsored by Eastern Municipal Water District on Metropolitan Water District's board governance. And it essentially allows metropolitan agencies that have single representation to have an alternate on the board. There was a long discussion during the Metropolitan Board meeting last month. They did not take it up for a position, but they're planning to bring it back in March for a position. Eastern, during that meeting, said that they really wanted this for succession planning, but also to make sure that their voice is heard when they're not there. They do not currently have a proxy system like we do at the Water Authority. There was a lot of talks about whether this bill should be amended to allow for a proxy versus an alternate, because when you have an alternate, they're allowed to vote however they would like to. They do not have to vote how the member would have voted. So that's the difference. If you're a proxy, you have to vote how the member would vote, but if you're an alternate, you can vote however you would like to. I did have a conversation when I was in DC with Jolene Walsh from Eastern. She did say that they are planning to take an amendment that would allow for they would change it to proxy, but there would be two different avenues of that proxy. It would be how ours work, where you would have a current Met board member assigned as a proxy, or they also want to allow for the member agencies to have a proxy from their agency, which could be a board member or a staff member, general manager, who they appoint as a proxy. So they are planning to take some amendments, also making sure that there are no other changes to the Met Act with this. Eastern has said that they will not support any other changes to the Met Act, and I believe that's where the Metropolitan Board conversation was going as well. So with that, I open it up for questions before I hand it off to our state and federal lobbyists, and any input that you have on that.
I don't see any questions in the queue, so we can go ahead and keep going. Thank you.
Okay, we'll hand it over to Kevin Eastman from our federal team for his update.
Thank you, Megan. Committee members and chair, thanks for your time today. We were grateful to have Megan and Daniel available to us for several days this past week between their busy Aqua schedule, and really appreciated their time. Megan has hit a lot of the high points and the meetings that we had during that period, but I do want to go back to one item that will be impactful this year and over the next several years, and that is the Inflation Reduction Act Western Drought funding. There doesn't appear to be any appetite or conversation, for that matter, amongst congressional Republicans about either clawing back grants already approved under that funding, or withdrawing the approximately $1.5 billion in funds that still remain available under that program. So the takeaway there is that, number one, we expect that the funding the authority has already been awarded under that program will remain available. And number two, we expect that that remaining $1.5 billion will be a resource that the authority can pursue over the next several years. As Megan mentioned, we do anticipate that this administration, likely working with Western members of Congress, will develop some new guidelines for that funding, that remaining $1.5 billion, and of course we'll be advocating for the authority's perspective in that process. We're also grateful to authority staff for developing a menu of about a dozen possible community project funding or earmark requests, many of which we were able to pre-vet with congressional staff who represent those various districts. We're still working to align those with program eligibility, and the appropriations committees haven't yet put out their request rules for this year. But when those do come out, we'll be in overdrive to ensure that we're able to submit as many of those as possible for consideration. I did hear that the committee considered their letter regarding the Padilla-Calvert legislation on the multi-species conservation plan. We're appreciative of your attention to that. We'll make sure that gets out rapidly once it's final. And lastly, we are already in planning mode for early April, when we understand there may be some authority leadership in Washington as part of the the San Diego Chamber annual trip. So we're being mindful of using every opportunity to make productive use of your time that we have available. And I'm, of course, happy to answer any questions on those or other topics that might be of interest.
Are there any questions from the directors? Okay, no questions.
Then we will hand it over
Thank
to
you.
the state side and to David Quintana, who's going to give an update on the state side.
Sorry, hi, thank you. Megan, you did a great job of handling all of the legislative items that I was going to cover, so thank you for that. I will just add 2 points of color politically. One is that despite a 20% cut in the number of bills that the state legislators were supposed to introduce this year, they actually introduced 200 bills more. So we now have a total of 2,350 bills that were introduced this year, given the reduction in bills and given that we have 2 missing members. We lost 2 members, one to Orange County Board of Supervisors and one to Congress. So most of those bills were introduced after February 14th. The vast majority of them were introduced right before the deadline of February 21st. Bills must remain in print for 30 days before they can be acted upon. So look for the committees to start hitting hard and heavy around March 14th to March 21st. We're working with the team, the full team, Megan, Jamie, Daniel, to get positions on all these bills as we move forward. I mentioned 2 vacancies. Those 2 vacancies should be filled pretty quick. Stan Ellis has won the special election held on Tuesday to replace Vince Fong in the Assembly, and right now he's at 60%. You only have to win by 50+1 to immediately be sworn in. If they don't get 50+1, then they have to go to an April general election. But it looks like he's going to get sworn in immediately once it's certified. In Orange County, Tony Strickland is at 56% in his run. If he keeps that up, then he will also go and be immediately sworn in to the Senate. So I wanted to provide those 2 pieces, and that'll be my report, Megan.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the directors? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. Great job. So with that, we can move to our next item on the agenda. Next, we have Public Affairs Supervisor Grace Sevilla will provide a brief update on outreach work done in support of the Capital Improvements Program.
Good afternoon, Chair Macedo, LPO committee members, and board members. My name is Grace Sevilla. I'm a public affairs supervisor, and I'm here today to provide an overview of the wide range of work the public affairs staff does in support of the agency's capital improvement program. The memo for this presentation can be found on page 198 of your board packet. As you know, the water delivery system covers 308 miles of pipeline, 1,600 structures, and over 100 flow control facilities. Keeping that system healthy means construction on a grand scale, both in terms of scope and investment. By prioritizing and planning for needed improvements before they become larger, more urgent repairs, we reduce the overall cost of system maintenance while ensuring the safety of our water supply and keeping the water flowing. At any given time, we have several CIP projects under construction. Most involve multiple work sites and timeframes that extend months, if not years. The projects and their impacts drive the need for coordination and outreach with many residents, businesses, schools, elected officials, and member agencies. While our capital improvement projects serve important needs and provide great value, CIP work also brings potential inconveniences for host communities. For example, disruptions can take the form of traffic impacts, bright lights, and noise from heavy machinery. This is where public affairs can make a difference. We seek to preempt unhappy surprises by providing timely information to residents, businesses, and other neighbors who may be affected. Through early communication, we help minimize disruptions to the construction and engineering teams by keeping projects on schedule and on budget. We also lessen impacts to the member agencies that might otherwise receive calls or complaints. From the beginning, from the planning stage through construction, the Public Affairs Department works hand in hand with the Engineering Department to manage expectations, minimize risk, and mitigate impacts. We do this in three ways: by informing, educating, and engaging. We inform by providing timely information about the importance and value of the project through a wide range of strategies and tactics. We educate to raise awareness, understanding, and support for our projects. And we engage project neighbors by inviting them to our presentations, soliciting their input, and responding to questions and concerns. Before I go on, I want to recognize my colleague and partner in this work, PA Representative 2 Craig Balbin. You'll see him in the right-hand image in the red hat. He has extensive experience in CIP outreach at the Water Authority and has been invaluable in navigating the challenges that come with projects of this complexity. When we presented to the board this committee a year ago, construction had not yet begun on the first aqueduct facilities improvement project. This is one of the largest and most complex efforts of the past decade. This project runs 21 miles through Escondido, Rancho Bernardo, Poway, and into unincorporated East County. Along the way, thousands of residents are impacted daily by traffic revisions and other inconveniences at a total of 99 work sites that are sometimes in people's front yards or backyards. Today, I'm happy to report that this critical project has reached the halfway point, with work on Phase 2 scheduled to begin next month. On the screen, you see a map showing the length of the project as it runs from North to East County. The second photo shows a portion of a large diameter pipe that's being replaced and installed in our right-of-way in a backyard in Poway. The third photo highlights a typical workspace on the project and signage designed to inform the community about what is happening. As with any project of this scope, there are always a few hot spots where our work is highly visible and in the public right-of-way, or where we work within our easements on private property. In these cases, Craig has taken the lead in communicating directly with homeowners to alert them to what's coming, answer their questions, and serve as a liaison to mitigate issues that arise in coordination with engineering, the project, and support teams across the agency. Public Affairs became engaged in supporting the first aqueduct project in January 2023. We started by developing a strategic communications plan that identified key stakeholders and laid out an array of tactics to reach them, to clarify the need for the project and the value of their water bill at work. This was a huge lift, especially given that our CIP outreach staff is just a fraction of what it was at the height of our CIP work 10 to 15 years ago. To date, we have mailed more than 12,000 postcards and letters to residents, businesses, and other neighbors within 1,000 feet of the project alignment, alerting them to construction activities. We've also canvassed each of the 99 construction sites and knocked on more than 40 residents' doors to share with them how the work will unfold in their area. Most of the time, these visits turn into discussions with homeowners that last for weeks or even months as we advise residents on project progress and changes in schedule. We also coordinate with the Government Affairs Department to keep elected officials informed about potential impacts in their districts and apprise them if any issues arise. And together with the engineering staff, we deliver many public presentations to city councils, community planning groups, and homeowners associations. Here, we don't just inform and educate, we listen, inviting participants to share their concerns and give us their feedback. We also make sure to make ample use of email and other digital tools such as our website, social media, and e-newsletters to provide project updates. For instance, we have an interactive map on our website that we update regularly to reflect current work status. In addition, we've had several coordination meetings with the Escondido City staff to make sure we're minimizing impacts on their citizens and maximizing opportunities for residents and businesses to learn about our project. The work is supported by Katz and Associates, thanks to a contract the board approved last January, a year ago January. Katz's capacity and expertise has proved critical to mobilizing outreach in just a matter of months. The Katz contract was for an as-needed services, which means we only use them when we need them. And after a heavy engagement to launch the project, we've been able to significantly pare back their work as of last fall. And at this point, staff is currently handling the vast majority of the work in-house. In addition to the First Aqueduct Facilities Improvement Project, work on additional major projects is currently taking place. Public Affairs is supporting outreach on a pipeline relining project in the San Luis Rey Canyon that is halfway complete. We are also gathering public input and initiating outreach on the Ramona Pipeline project that runs under Rancho Bernardo, and that's due to go into construction in the second half of 2026. Additional projects currently in planning, design, or construction with outreach support are listed on the screen in slide 7. It's during the planning phase that the public affairs team begins working with engineering to help understand the scope of the project, anticipate outreach needs, and begin gathering input to inform neighbors about how this project could affect their community. By getting involved early, PA can assist in developing solutions to mitigate construction impacts. In summary, through informing, educating, and engaging the public, outreach work provides strategic support for the capital improvement program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Grace. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any directors with any comments or questions. Go ahead and start with Director Acosta.
Thank you. I wanted to thank you, Grace, for the presentation and to all the team who've been working on this. I saw so many things in this presentation that I thought this is why the public outreach program that we have is so good. And amongst those things were the interconnectedness of our teams, making sure that we do public outreach and proactive engagement with the community, speedy response, make sure we're getting our projects all done on time, but also communicating that to people and being responsive. I loved also how you talked about listening. That's not something that a lot of communication professionals put right up front, but that's what we talked about here is, having that feedback loop of we're putting out the information, but we're also listening, and that gives us more data to make good decisions. So thank you for all of that, and I look forward to seeing much more great work from our team. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Acosta. I don't see any more questions or comments from directors, so thank you, Grace, and thank you to the Public Affairs team. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you. With that, we have no information items this month. There's no closed session, so there's no further business for this committee. This meeting is now adjourned, and E&O will be in 5 minutes.
Everyone, I'd like to call the Engineering and Operations Committee to order for February 2025. And as we discuss the items on the agenda today, I will be calling on directors who push their speaker buttons. We're meeting in person with 2 board members participating remotely. General Counsel Edwards will make that announcement.
Yes, Directors Wall and Flessy are both appearing remotely under the Just Cause exception in the Government Code Section 54953. No vote is required.
Okay, thank you. Per usual, please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state all of your points when you've had a chance to speak so we can move through our agenda quickly. And Roxana, could you please call roll?
Chair Ray.
Present.
Vice Chair Fong-Sakai.
Good afternoon, I'm present.
Vice Chair Heidemann.
Here.
Directors Abdullahi.
Present.
Arant. Buckowitz.
Present.
Coates Hedberg.
Here.
Flessy. Here. Freehoff.
Here.
Leahy.
Oh, here.
Roback.
Yes, present.
Wall. Supervisor Desmond. Chair Ray, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you. Additions to the agenda. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I see none.
Thank you. So public comment. It appears that we have 3 speakers here in public, in person, that would like to speak, but I'd like to go to the Zoom meeting first and see if there was any public speakers there.
I see none.
Okay, great. Our first public speaker here in person is Nancy Lakier. And I apologize if I mispronounced that.
And I just remind the board, these are comments within the general jurisdiction of this committee, but it's not agendized, so we will take what we hear under advisement.
Thank you, and you pronounced it correctly. Good afternoon. I am here to address the significant damage to our property at 17810 Old Wine Master Way in Poway, resulting from the San Diego Water Authority's inadequate communication and actions. This situation has not only led to the loss of cherished landscaping, but also raises concern regarding compliance with local regulations, particularly concerning the unauthorized killing of 1 and likely 2 of our mature trees. First, the damage. Lost mature trees, 1 for sure, likely a second. Lost rose bushes, lost lilies, lost calla lilies, lost flowering bushes. Second, the lack of accurate information from the San Diego Water Authority, leading to our inability to take proactive actions to save our property from destruction. We were notified on July 14th, 2023, that construction was expected to begin early 24. We were told which bushes and flowers to remove due to the heavy equipment's path coming through our neighbor's yard and which would be safe. We were told to start relocating any landscaping as of that date. Again, this was July of 23. The area stated by the Water Authority representatives was wrong, as the bulldozer came through the safe area, not the neighbor's side yard. We would have removed much more had they said take it all out, as it could be at risk. They did not. We had clearly been told that all costs are to be borne by the homeowner. However, the Water Authority's lack of communication is responsible for these losses, not us. We did remove things, but not in the areas that were supposedly safe. We were told that if plans changed, we would be notified. We received nothing as to the actual start date until April 11th, 24, that they would begin the month of September 24. Then we received an email September 19th that they would begin the next day. However, they didn't come until October 30th, 24, 6 weeks later, and 1 year, 4 months after we were told to turn off sprinklers and relocate plants. Huge communication issues costing us losses. Third, disruption of essential services. The inconsistency between the communicated and actual construction schedules further disrupted our daily lives. On November 5th, 24, a contractor's vehicle blocked access to our scheduled trash collection, resulting in uncollected waste and additional inconvenience. When this issue was raised, one of your representatives took no responsibility. He was dismissive and condescending, suggested that I contact our service provider to sort out why they hadn't picked up our trash, when I clearly communicated to him why it occurred. This behavior is in direct conflict with your values.
I have to interrupt you. Your 3 minutes are up. We have to move on to the next speaker.
I urge the board to take appropriate action, and I urge you to compensate us and remediate us for these losses.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Lakier.
Good afternoon. I reside at 17810 Old Wine Master Road in Poway. You have an easement running through our property, and we're the unfortunate recipients of one of your new upgraded structures on our property. We live on a street of 2/10 of a mile, and there are now going to be three structures in that 2/10 of a mile. We have gone from a manhole cover, probably 5 foot, 6 foot in diameter, flush with the ground, to some superstructure, 20 foot by 20 foot, and breathing tubes sticking up 5 or 6 feet at the curb. This has degraded our property value. Our neighbor is going to get similar treatment, and it has degraded his property value. It's degrading everybody's value in the neighborhood. And so on up the easement. I was walking my dog this morning, and a woman came up to me and said, "Why are these water authority structures so hideous?" And that is the word she meant. And why are they so hideous? Why wasn't any effort made to dress up this project at all? The only thing I can think at this point is that there was a rush to gain stimulus dollars, and you rushed this project to market. None of you would like somebody coming and putting an obscene structure in the middle of your front yard. This project looks like a fiasco. At this point, I would like to ask for a full audit of this project, especially the engineering and financial aspects. I am horrified at the impunity with which this board acts. There's no limits to the impunity here. The fact that you can mess with elder people's retirement accounts and personal values, I would suggest you're playing with political dynamite. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker is Andrea Lakier.
Hi, good afternoon. So I'm here to testify on behalf of my parents, Nancy and Richard. Firsthand, they both had significant health issues during the implementation of this project. It has caused incredible stress. We were there last Sunday, and I tried to put the baby down for a nap. And there was a generator running outside at noon on a Sunday, so loud that we had to raise our voices to speak inside the house. This is unacceptable. I can guarantee that no one of you here would buy a house with what has now been put in the front yard of this home. So I want you to understand something very clearly. Your actions have had a direct impact on me and this child by reducing property values. You had no regard for homeowners, and it shows. And we're here to hold you accountable. I will be here next board meeting and the one after that. This child is 7 months old, and you can watch her grow and think about your actions and the implications they've had on her future earnings. Thank you. And by the way, there has been no listening or communication outreach or community outreach. I know that those are nice buzzwords, but nothing has actually taken place.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to the chair's report, and we're going to go ahead and cover the draft engineering and operations committee work plan. And the plan starts on page 200 in this month's board packet. So could please move to the next slide. So for engineering, we're continuing our focus on asset management. For example, we are going to, under our pipeline relining program, we'll be working to complete 2 projects, the Pipeline 5 relining at San Luis Rey Canyon, which will reline a little over 9,000 feet of 96-inch pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe within the San Luis Rey River Canyon. And we will also complete the design and award construction contract for Pipeline 5 relining for the Oceanside 5 flow control facility to Huckleberry Lane. This project will reline nearly 5,000 feet of the PCC pipe provided excuse me, providing an additional 75 years of service life. We also anticipate working on 2 structure rehabilitation projects. We will award a contract and begin construction on the first aqueduct treated water bipurification structures and Hubbard Hill vents rehabilitation. That's a lot of big words in one sentence. Project which will rehabilitate 6 treated water bifurcation structures and the Hubbard Hill vents on the first aqueduct. We will also complete construction on the first aqueduct structures rehabilitation on Hubbard Hill South project. This will rehabilitate 99 structures on the untreated water portion of pipelines 1 and 2. Next slide, please. We will be working on 2 energy initiatives. We will confirm the feasibility of delivering energy to the Carlsbad desalination plant through a direct transmission connection. We will also look forward to preparing and submitting a FERC license application for the proposed San Vicente Energy Storage Facility. And, as requested by the board, we'll continue to pursue outside grant funding for our SIP projects when the opportunity arises. Thus far, we've applied for a $3 million grant for the San Luis Rey River Habitat Management Area Restoration Project and are awaiting formal notice of that award from the Bureau of Reclamation. Also, we've applied for a $25 million grant from Cal OES and FEMA for the Moosa Canyon Pipeline Replacement Project and are hoping to hear something on that early in the year, early next year. Could you please go to the next slide? Thank you. Operations and maintenance continues to focus on asset management, system operations, and facilities maintenance. The next slide highlights some of the key projects. In addition to the regular activities of pipeline monitoring and condition assessments, the asset management team will emphasize cathodic protection systems rehabilitations with 3 projects. We will replace submerged anodes on our Olevenheim Dam I.O. tower, the gates there, using a specialized contracted diving service. We'll also replace 5 depleted galvanic and impressed current cathodic protection ground beds per year. We will complete the drilling of deep well anodes for Pipeline 1 and Pipeline 2 in the San Luis Rey River and San Diego Creeks. We aim to maintain, next slide. Thank you. We aim to maintain 100% We aim to maintain 100% uptime of our systems operations and will focus on operational resiliency, including emerging technologies for water quality monitoring, communications, facility power, and system monitoring. Next slide. We will also maintain our assets such as the project to rehabilitate the Olevenheim pump station, split case pump, and construct new assets such as the completion of tenant improvements at the new operations and maintenance center. So if you could please take time to review the draft work plan and provide any comments or suggestions by Monday, March 3rd to myself or to Nina Kuzmich in engineering or Ava in operations and maintenance. The work plan will be presented next month as an action item for adoption. Do any directors have comments they would like to share? Right. Oh, sorry.
I would, the speaker light's not coming on, so I didn't know if that was...
No worries, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair, appreciate it. I just would like to say for the family that was here earlier, if staff could, I know it's not agendized, but if the staff, they're talking about communication and not having that communication, and maybe we were already doing that, but if staff could reach out, or if we could ask them to do that to this family that was here earlier and hopefully explain what's happened or why it happened and maybe help them out. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't believe there's anyone else, and there's no consent calendar, and there's no action items, no closed session, so I think we can go ahead and adjourn engineering and operations. Formal board in 5 minutes.
I'd like to call the formal Board of Directors meeting to order at 2:26 p.m. Today's meeting is conducted in person with 2 board members participating remotely. General Counsel Edwards, will you please make that announcement?
Yes, we have 3 board members appearing remotely. Director Wall, Director Yamani, and Director Fossey are all appearing pursuant to the Just Cause exemption in the Government Code. Thank you.
Sorry, to clarify, 3 board members participating remotely. Thank you, General Counsel. That said, with directors participating remotely today, all votes will be taken via roll call. As we move through our agenda, I will be moderating request to speak. To request to speak, please press the speaker button at your seat, or if you are participating remotely, please raise your hand. I would like to ask Director Roback, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I had mentioned to Nick I wanted to say something. Somebody, a number of you had commented on my American flag tie. And I just got to say is what's happening in this country right now at the federal level is just breaks my heart. I think it breaks a lot of our hearts. And I'll say that as somebody whose ancestors fought and died in the American Revolution. You know, I think just from a democracy standpoint, I'll just let it go at that. You know, I just hope that some of our federal legislators have Jim, I see you looking at me. I'm a lifelong Republican, too. You know, I just hope some of our federal legislators have a stiff enough spine to stand up. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and announce whether a quorum is present?
Director Acosta.
Here.
Flessy.
Here.
Katz.
Here.
Paul.
Present.
Coates Hedberg.
Here.
Scolzetti.
Here.
Vice Chair Hilliker.
Here.
Director Yamani.
Here.
Leahy. Here. Myers.
Here.
Director Croucher is absent. Director Roback.
Oh, Roback, here.
Quaylen. Here. Director Ike is absent. Director Heidemann.
Here.
Norman.
Here.
Wall.
Here.
Abdullahi.
Here.
Bakowitz.
Here.
Fong Sakai. Macedo.
Here.
Medaffer.
Here.
Chair Serrano.
Here.
Director Steiner is absent. Vespi.
Here.
Whitburn.
Here.
Secretary Lyons is absent. Director Freehoff.
Here.
Castaneda.
Here.
Boyd Hodgson.
Present.
Arant. Miller. Ray.
Present.
Supervisor Desmond. Thank you. We have a quorum of the board.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any proxies?
Yes, we have one proxy. Director Freehoff is the proxy for Secretary Lyons, and if she needs to leave, Director Acosta is the proxy for Director Flessy.
Duly noted. Item 4 is public comment. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak?
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if listening by phone. I have no request, Chair Serrano.
Thank you. Item 5 is additions to the agenda. Do we have any additions to the agenda?
There are no additions.
Thank you. Item 6 is our approval of minutes for the formal Board of Directors meeting of January 23rd, 2025, which has been presented to you all. I'll entertain a motion for approval. I see a motion from Director Abdullahi.
Second.
A second from Vice Chair Hilliker. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Director Acosta?
Yes.
Flessy?
Yes.
Katz?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Coates Hedberg?
Yes.
Scolzetti? Vice Chair Hilliker?
Yes.
Director Yamani?
Yes.
Director Leahy?
Yes.
Myers? Roback? Quaylen?
Yes.
Heidemann?
Yes.
Norman?
Yes.
Wall?
Yes.
Abdullahi?
Yes.
Bakowitz?
Yes.
Fong Sakai?
Aye.
Macedo?
Yes.
Medaffer?
Yes.
Chair Serrano?
Yes.
Director Vespi?
Yes.
Whitburn?
Yes.
Freehoff?
Yes.
Castaneda?
Yes.
Boyd Hodgson?
Yes.
Arant?
Yes.
Miller?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond? No, sorry. Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 7 is our presentations and public hearings, which there are none. Item 8 is reports by chairs. We will start into the chair's report. I'd first like to remind the board that we are currently in the filing period for annual Form 700 conflict of interest filings. You should have all received the link to file your form electronically. If you have not, please see the clerk of the board, Kelly Walker, following this meeting. As a reminder, these forms are due April 1. I would also like to highlight to the board a number of dates included on the board calendar in today's board packet. As a reminder, there will be no special board meeting on March 13, and we have 2 special administrative and finance committee meetings scheduled for April 29 and April 30 from 9 to 11:30 a.m. for budget workshops. We are also holding an Imperial Valley tour on April 10. Details are to follow for the tour, but please remember to RSVP to the clerk of the board, Kelly Walker, if you are interested in attending. This month, I'm also very pleased to announce that I have appointed a new chair of our audit committee. I had initially placed the good Director Arant into this role, but as in his position as vice chair of administrative and finance, that was in conflict per our admin code. So please join me in thanking Director Castaneda, representing Sweetwater Authority, for serving as our new chair of the audit committee. With that, that will conclude my chair's report. We will move on to item 8B, which is the report of committee actions. Madam Clerk, will you please provide a report of actions taken today by each committee?
Thank you. Imported water had no reportable action. ANF noted and filed the monthly Treasurer's Report. They adopted Resolution 2025-04 supporting the Water Authority's grant application, authorizing the General Manager to accept any funds awarded and committing the Water Authority to the financial and legal obligations associated with the receipt of grant funds. They also adopted Resolution 2025-05, authorizing the GM to distribute tax apportionment funds received after October 31st, 24 from the County of San Diego for Rainbow Municipal Water District to the Eastern Municipal Water District. And they approved an increase apportionment to 50% of the transportation's revenue requirement on the annual fixed basis, allocated to member agencies by a 7-year average in water demands, and continue progress on the items for consideration to implement Phase 2 and 3 by the subgroup on page 73 of the board packet. The volumetric-based transportation rate will be set to recover the remaining 50% of the determined annual revenue requirement. Additionally, they have directed the General Manager to convene a working group of the member agency General Managers, providing the board with the attendee list and developing a timeline and structure to further consider the referenced items at the GM's discretion as part of a discussion on rate structure and business model policy changes for board consideration. They also authorized the General Manager to execute 3 individual service contracts with Capstone Fire and Safety Management in the amount of $550,000, National Safety Services, Inc. in the amount of $325,000, and Pro Safety and Rescue in the amount of $325,000 on an as-needed basis for 2 years with an option to extend an additional 2 years. Water Planning and Environmental had no reportable action. And LPO adopted a position of support on HR 831, S 291, AB 259, AB 514, and SB 72. Engineering and Operations had no reportable action, and that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. That will populate our consent calendar. Item 9, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent calendar items 9.1 through 9.6.
So moved.
Who is that?
Acosta.
Oh, thank you. I have a motion by Director Acosta.
Second, Macedo.
I have a second by Director Macedo. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I have a hand from Director Castaneda.
Yeah, I wanted to go ahead and register a no vote on 9.4.
Thank you, Director Castaneda. Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Director Acosta.
Yes.
Flessy.
Yes.
Katz.
Yes.
Paul.
Paul is a no on 9.2 and 9.4.
And the remaining items a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Noted. Director Coates Hedberg?
Yes.
Scalzetti?
Yep.
Vice Chair Hilliker? Yes. Director Yamani?
No on 9.4, yes on the others. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Leahy?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Roback?
Yes.
Quaylen?
Yes.
Heidemann?
Yes.
Norman?
Yes.
Wall?
Yes.
Abdullahi?
Yes.
Bakowitz? Yes. Fong Sakai?
Aye.
Macedo?
Yes.
Medaffer?
I'm a yes, but no on 9.3.
Thank you. Chair Serrano?
Yes.
Director Vespi?
Yes.
Whitburn?
Yes.
Freehoff?
Yes.
Castaneda?
Yes.
Thank you. Boyd Hodgson?
Yes.
Arant? Miller?
Yes.
And Ray?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes.
Thank you very much. Item 10 is our action, discussion, and information items. Item 10.1 is the retirement resolutions for 2 board members. So I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the service of Directors Dan McMillan and Vicki Quirum. Director McMillan represented the Helix Water District from January 2021 through February 2025. During his time on the board, while representing Helix, he served as a member on the Audit Committee, General Counsel Selection Committee, Engineering and Operations Committee, and the Water Planning and Environmental Committee. He also served on the Project Labor Agreement Work Group and as a representative on the Water Conservation Garden JPA, which we heard all about today. And so on behalf of the Water Authority Board, we would like to thank Director McMillan. I believe Director Scalzetti will be accepting this on Director McMillan's behalf, and I'll turn it over to Director Scalzetti for any comments.
Thank you. And Director McMillan appreciates his acknowledgement of his service here, and really loved being a part of the Water Authority, but he, in his practice and his mind, is that change is always good, and maybe he'll look forward to a couple of years being back on here again. I don't know if he'll file for unemployment, but he will. He definitely enjoyed his time here and enjoyed all your colleagues. So I am willing to accept his plaque today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Coates-Hedberg, anything that you'd like to add?
Oh, no, but I'm glad to be back.
Thank you. Yes. We'll get to that. That's the next item.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The next retirement announcement is for Director Vicki Quirum. Director Quirum represented Carlsbad Municipal Water District from June 2023 through February 2025. During her time on the board, she served as a member of the Engineering and Operations Committee, Imported Water, Water Planning and Environmental Committees, and the Board Governance Work Groups. I'd like to extend our thanks and appreciation to Director Quirum for her service. She was unable to join us today, but we did get to hear from her last month. And so, again, I know that we all extend our thanks and appreciation for her service. I'll turn it over now to Director Acosta.
Thank you. I know that we gave our gratitude and shared some words of thanks and appreciation to Director Quirum last time, but I just wanted to say what a pleasure it has been to serve with her, and I'm looking forward to serving with the next person in that role. But as an agency that has 2 seats on this board, it's great to have someone that you can work with and respect and understand so much more from them, because they know so much more than you do. So I enjoyed working with Director Quirum. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Acosta. With those announcements, I will entertain a motion to approve retirement resolutions 2025-06 and 2025-07.
Motion, Leahy.
Motion by Director Leahy, a second by Director Scalzetti. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Director Acosta?
Yes.
Flessy?
Yes.
Katz?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Coates-Hedberg?
Yes.
Scalzetti? Vice Chair Hilliker? Director Yamani?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Roback?
Yes.
Quaylen?
Yes.
Heidemann?
Yes.
Norman?
Yes.
Wall?
Yes.
Abdullahi?
Yes.
Bakowitz? Fong Sakai? Macedo?
Yes.
Madaffer? Chair Serrano?
Yes.
Director Vespi?
Yes.
Whitburn?
Yes.
Freehoff?
Yes.
Castaneda?
Yes.
Boyd Hodgson?
Yes.
Arant? Miller?
Yes.
And Ray.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 10.2 is our appointment of new directors. So I would like to take a moment to welcome the incoming board members to the San Diego County Water Authority who are with us today. First, Director Kathleen Coates-Hedberg is representing the Helix Water District with a term ending July 15, 2025. Welcome, Director Coates-Hedberg. I'd like to turn over to you for any comments at this time.
I'm happy to be back. No, I'm here to help, and thank you so much for Dan McMillan and giving me this opportunity to be back. So that's all. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Director Roback.
So I just wanted to wish Dan, bon voyage. We had a 1 month overlap, and I'll get to you in a second, Kathleen. But Dan, as I think a lot of you know, I've known Dan since I was on the Padre Dam board many years ago. And Dan has got a really good sense for financial matters in particular, so I'd imagine your finance committee and your finance staff will not miss Dan. Anyhow, I just want to welcome Kathleen back on board. Although I'm new too, I've known Kathleen a long time, and she's actually, interestingly enough, one of my constituents because Otay serves sewer to where she lives. So welcome aboard, Kathleen.
Thank you very much. I would next like to welcome Director Amanda Flessy, representing Carlsbad Municipal Water District with a term ending June 16th, 2026. Welcome to Director Flessy. I'd like to turn it over to you for any comments.
Thank you. I do apologize for not being there in person, but I'm really ill and I do not want to spread it around. So I appreciate the opportunity, and I really look forward to working with you all and providing a different point of view with my different experience that I have that I bring to the table. So thank you.
Thank you and welcome, and we hope you get better soon. Director Acosta.
Yeah, just a big welcome to Amanda Flessy. And when she talks about the different perspective that she brings, you know, she comes from Santa Barbara that also has desal. She's got a lot of really interesting background and experience, so I'm looking forward to having her perspective here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other requests to speak, we will move on to item 11, which is our special reports. 11A is our general manager's report. Mr. Denham.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. 11B is our general counsel's report. Mr. Edwards.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Item 11C is our SANDAG report. Secretary Lyons is not here, but I will ask for SANDAG subcommittees, Borders Committee, Director Macedo.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Regional Planning Committee, Director Yamani.
Nothing to report, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any AB 1234 compliance reports from any directors? All right. Seeing none, we will move on to item 12, which is closed session. Our general counsel will now take us into closed session.
Thank you. We will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1.
If there are members of the public or staff on the line, please leave now.